Greetings, everybody. This is Cassandra-Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. Let me see if I kept that open. Hopefully I did. Nope, I didn't. Let's see if I can do it that way. Greetings, Shanta J. Let's see. My computer has been giving me all manner of hell. Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's do that. Do that. Do that. Man. When I tell you giving me all manner of hell, I mean that. Let's see. That's still not what I wanted to do. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Yeah, awesome. Okay, so I'm up in here. All right. So we're gonna do so I'm gonna tell y'all. I have a sneaking suspicion that tonight is not going to be a comfortable topic. Just forewarning y'all. All right, so I got that. And all right. So we're gonna go ahead and do our conspiracy. I ain't gonna be too loud since it's kind of later in the evening. All right. If you have not received the email with the link to get the final revision of the conspiracy, please make sure you shoot me an email at evoemetemp@gmail.com. So we're just going to go ahead and do this. We are the breakers of curses, the casters of glorious conspiracies, and the creators of the new world. I, Cassandra-Floyd, am a divine instrument of my mother's divine will. As such, I am protected and guided by the sacred blood and water of my mother, Jacqueline Jeanette Cook's body, that anointed my entry into this life. I am divine because she is divine. Mommy and I are one. I call all of our mothers to this moment. I call on they who govern everything, all time and every space in between. She with 10,000 names. Today it is Oya, Yamaya, Oshun, Iyamiyajedi, the divine architects of existence, usheresses of the new age. Mommy and I are one. I call upon all the divine ancestors and the Ashe of every mother on earth to break every curse ever cast upon the mother and her children. In all timelines and in every dimension, Mommy and I are one. We, the mother's divine children, conspire together today to forever bind those who have or would harm you, great mother. Mommy and I are one. We conspire today to destroy every timeline and everyone in every timeline, to destroy everything and everyone in every timeline and dimension that has caused suffering and despair. Mommy and I are one. Today, we embody the sacred and divine power of our mothers. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite all time. Today, we the tree, we the reavers, rewrite the book of life. Today, we, our mother's children, call the winds of change. We conjure the primordial dark. We summon the sacred serpent deep from within the earth. We subdue the rogue sun. We control the light. We heal the harmed. We embolden the fearful. We instill courageous action. Today, we are staging a global evolution as is our mother's divine will. Mommy and I are one. We, the architects of the new age, now create the new institutions, the new traditions, the new culture, the new ways of being. We ecstatically welcome the radical destruction of all institutions of hate and harm erected by the godheads of war. Mommy and I are one. We have the power. We have the voice. We are the portals of change. Now we employ our sacred breath and we give life and sacred blood to this conspiracy. Mommy and I are one. We command, come the wind, come the storm, come the lightning. Capture and judge our godheads of war and all betrayers of the mother's divine will. Bring their confusion and war to an immediate end. Scatter them to oblivion, never to be resurrected. We are the fates. We are the furies. We are the Iyamiyade. We are the disseminators of divine time. We are the divine. We are the disseminators of divine time, divine retribution, divine rectification, and evolutionary justice. Mommy and I are one. We are the restorers of heaven on earth under the mother's divine reign. We wake the sacred serpent from her sleep to assist us in this sacred assignment. Love unlimited is our birthright. Harmony is our birthright. Ecstasy is our birthright. Pleasure is our birthright. Freedom is our birthright. This is her divine will. We are the divine executors of her will. We speak her will into the now to reverberate throughout all time, all space, and all dimensions. It is certainly as we say, forever and ever. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. All right. Thrice 300 years having run their course of fulfillment, Rome by the strife her people shall perish. Rome is doomed to perish, and that indeed by the judgment of God, because it held her name in hatred, and being the enemy of righteousness, it destroyed the people who kept the truth. There shall come to thee sometime from above a heavenly stroke deserved, O haughty Rome, and thou shalt be the first to bend thy neck, and be razed to the ground, and thee shall fire destructive utterly consume, cast down upon thy pavements, and thy wealth shall perish, and wolves and foxes dwell in thy foundations, and then shalt thou be wholly desolate, as if not born. Okay, and then the glorious conspiracy of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. I, Cassandra-Floyd, as a peculiar expression of the Almighty Divine She, the great cosmic mother, now join in breath with my global family to conspire on behalf of the whole made well. We are breathing these words together to ensure our home, her body, is restored to her original perfect glory. Her glory is perfect in peace, love, bliss, happiness, and ecstasy. This world exists because we collectively will it so now. We, as the representatives of the Mother's divine reign, of the Mother's reign on earth, speak this beautiful conspiracy as a single cosmic earthly orchestra to guarantee heaven on earth in joyful compliance with our Mother's divine will. Possessing the power of our mothers, we speak this glorious future now. It is certainly as we say, Mommy and I are one. Okay. So, what I have to talk to you about today. Okay. And I still didn't get anywhere near as close as I wanted to, as far as I wanted to, but I'm going to give you what I got. And then maybe we can, maybe something will happen as a consequence of me giving you what I got. I want to tell you though, this morning I've mentioned her a few times. Hold on, let me fix my screen. I've mentioned her a few times. It is a huge ambition of mine to meet her, a bigger ambition of mine to like organize an event where we can host her. But I got it this morning, and for whatever reason, the first thing in my For You on YouTube today was a documentary about Vandana Shiva. Vandana, Shiva, Shiva. When I tell you I love this woman, I mean, I've loved her for years. I've known about her for about 20 years. But I saw this documentary today about her that I hadn't seen before. There's several out there, but this one is called The Seeds of Vandana Shiva. The Seeds of Vandana Shiva. That's the name of the documentary. You can watch it on YouTube actually. Baby, but I tell you, this woman is a giant among men, a giant. Her life, her story, her work. She is a giant among men. Oh, this documentary. I mean, the whole documentary, I was just like, oh my God. I just kept screaming, like, oh my God, I love this woman. Yes. Oh my God. I need to meet this woman. It has got to happen. And she is an elder. She up in age. You feel me? I have to meet this woman. Um, I have to meet this woman. Um, she's just wonderful. She's just wonderful beyond what I could tell you in a live. She is amazing. She is a true champion. She's just a giant, man. She's just a giant. So I would encourage you, like I said, I was going on YouTube to play my playlist of music so I could get something productive done, and I didn't because I got caught up on this documentary. And then it was a wormhole after that. It was just a tailspin after that. So that's how I started. I made up my mind. I needed to tell y'all have to see this documentary. Like, if you like, first of all, when I'm always talking about, you know, the necessity for, you know, bridging these chasms, closing these chasms between spirit and science, she is the absolute perfect personification of that. Her work, her work is an extraordinarily beautiful personification of that. This woman was a physicist and this and that. She had like 3 PhDs, you know what I'm saying? And when I tell you her work, ooh, her work, her work, her work. Oh my God, the things that this woman had. I mean, and she has been an activist, man, longer than a lot of y'all have been alive. She's been an activist since like 72. Oh, her work, man. Oh, and I'm gonna tell you something else. This woman, Vandana Shiva, when I tell you, when I first heard about it, I was like, this is the definition of a gangster. Like, if you don't live your life like this, you ain't gangster. You something else. This is the perfect personification of revolutionary gangster, evolutionary gangster. Get just the energy. She is, listen, her energy, man, is like she is the fates combined. She is the maiden, she is the mother, she is the crone wrapped in one, in real time in the present, and she got to be closing in on 82. She got to be. Her energy is unbelievable. Her genius, you had me tell her, and she was saying how when she was a young girl, she was a fan of Einstein. You had me tell her she got Einstein beat by a million miles, by a million miles. She, oh, this documentary this morning, child, it had me up in here, ready to ready to enter into the temple and flip the motherfucking tables over. You feel me? Oh, it was so good. It just enlivened my spirit, man. It just enlivened my spirit to see what she was able to accomplish against, child. Listen, when I tell you she been smoking these motherfuckers every every step of the way, giving Monsanto hell, giving the logging industry hell. I'm telling you, her jabs, it's like she walking around with concrete fists, man. She just been giving these motherfuckers hell since day one. Some of the things that she's won, some of the actions that she's led, some of the accomplishments that she has made. I'm telling you, there is no possible way that you can watch this documentary, Seeds of Vandana Shiva. There is no way you can watch this documentary and walk away from it unchanged. I'm getting goosebumps just telling you. It was the most powerful documentary I've seen about. I've seen a lot of documentaries about her. It was the most concise. It was great. It was great. And I'm gonna tell you something. The work of this woman, the how she has done this work, like the stealth and like the shrewdness and the brilliance of the mind of a physicist, the heart of a mother and a grandmother, the the stilled audacity, the stilled audacity of a giant, of a straight up giant. Child, she is the reason. Let me just tell you something. If you have me tell it, it's her. It's women like her. It's her. It's women like her. And there are many that we don't know about. Many, 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 many giants. Many giants that we do not know of. We don't know their names. We don't know what they have contributed to society. And that is and I ain't even just talking about 3,000, 2,000, 200 years ago. I'm talking about in the last century, giants among men who have been deliberately kept quiet, disappeared. Because when I tell you that documentary just concretized what I've been saying for so long, that everything that we are witnessing, everything we see, no matter what its presentation, everything that we see, every policy change, every election, everything that we see is a brutal response to an inevitable end. It is the brutal attempt by a mortally wounded beast to preserve, gasping for its last breath, knowing it's over. And the closer it gets to its own death, the more outlandish, the more brutal, the more vicious, the more vindictive, the more anything, just grasping, just grasping, just grasping to avoid the inevitable. And the reason why these women had to be, not present, this woman should have straight up motherfucking rock star status. There ain't a woman on earth that should not know her name with the gravity of work she's done. No person on earth that should not know this woman's name. I mean it, man. Some of the work this woman's done, I'm just like, I need to step my motherfucking game. I need to step my goddamn game up. I think I'm out here doing some things, and I'm doing some things. But baby, that shit today, I was like, oh no, I ain't even close to doing what the fuck I need to be doing. I am not even, child. Y'all think I be blowing y'all mind up in here? Y'all really do? Y'all think I be blowing y'all mind? And sometimes my mind be blown. Baby, that woman today, she was like, boo. You got the skills, you got the know-how. You better step your motherfucking shit up. It was like I could just hear her talking straight at me. She's like, yep, Cassandra, I'm talking exactly to you. I'm talking to right through the motherfucking screen. So I felt spanked. I felt convicted. I felt like, I'm telling you, she is one of the many women of just the last 100 years that have been, how y'all know, like, I love MMA, right? I know it's changed a lot since I was like a devout fan, because it's been seized by weirdos. But when it was still like, beautiful execution of, the merging of the martial arts, and there was so much reverence for the sport and so much, and it was still so shrouded in like respect for your opponent and all of that shit. I never missed a fight. You feel me? And them fights, and one of my favorite fighters who always got, like, they raked his ass over the coals, at least in the media, was because they, still up in there. Y'all can't stand no black man winning, right? Anderson Silva, boy, listen, he was like the Muhammad Ali of MMA. the dancing and the swaggadosha and the yeah. But when he would get on his opponent, baby, it was like you could tell the end was coming because it was like something. He's skinny. They called him the spider. He was skinny, long limbs, tall as hell, but his fist came down like lead bombs. You would just like, boo, each punch was like threatening to shake a bitch jawbone loose. You feel me? And when I watched that documentary today, baby, every single action she led felt like one of Anderson Silva's freaking lead bomb fist jacking the jaw or shaking a rib loose, knocking a rib loose. You know, one he used to love to do them little side like knee swipe things. Those like wow. And you would just see a motherfucker buckle because it was like his whole knee came detached. Man, every single action she engaged in or facilitated, it was like, maybe it was like the state was taking a potentially life-ending jab. Oh my God. Oh my God. Mm-mm-mm. That shit enlivened me today, baby. I'm trying to tell y'all, that shit enlivened me today. Oh, a giant among men. Child, let me tell you something. Y'all gonna see the documentary, but let me tell you one thing that I did not know, and I did not know until I watched that documentary about this woman today, because I thought I knew everything. I love her. I told you I've been a fan for a long time. Like, I don't do this about like actors. You feel me? Like famous people, I don't get this way. Let me fuck around and meet Vandana Shiva. I'm gonna be like a giddy. Oh my God, it's her. It's her. Can I have no autograph? I'm gonna be just like I'm just letting y'all know. Because if y'all around, y'all gonna be like, what the hell is going on with Iapo? What's going on with Cassandra? Why she tripping like that? Because I'm letting y'all know right the fuck up front. The people that I geek out over are not Hollywood famous. I ain't never geeked over a famous person. Even the one I'm still convinced is probably gonna be my husband one day. He don't know it yet. But even when I met Mike Patton, I kept my cool. I'm like, I really love you. I love your music. I love the band. The show tonight was off the chain. And that was it. Can I have your autograph? Can I get a picture? And that was it. I was on my way. You feel me? Baby, let me cross paths with this woman right here. I'm gonna geek all the way out. I'm gonna geek out. I'm gonna lose my whole shit. I'm just letting y'all know beforehand. So there was this one thing, there's one action, and it was about her personal life. Because even early in the day when she started doing conducting research, um, the state was already hot on her. They do what the state do. They threaten your family, they threaten you, they threaten your life. This was back in the 60s. This was happening. Maybe, yeah, 60s, early 70s that this was happening. And she talked to her father. I just love this story so much because I did not know this story. She said, because her dad, while she was doing all this stuff, all this research and gathering information, gone all the time, her father was taking care of her baby, was keeping her baby. And she got a threat that she was seriously enough concerned about that she was like, maybe I should not do this. Maybe I should pull back the reins. And so she said she went home and talked to her dad. And her dad was like, you don't have to worry about us. Because apparently they had been threatening her about her father and her child, her son. He's like, I got us. You don't have to worry about us. He's like, now, and you don't really need to worry about your own life. Get out here and do what you know you're supposed to do spiritually. And then you go out here with the skills that you have and do what you know you're supposed to do for the people, and protecting the people and serving the people and making sure that the people are safe and get what they need and get their issues addressed will be protected. When you protect the people, you protecting us. You don't worry about me. You going out here and do what you're supposed to do. I was like, come on in the room, Pops. Come on in the room. Come on in the room. So she was gone a lot. She was up the first big thing that they addressed in the documentary was like her first big campaign was the place that she grew up which was so dense. It was such a massively dense, damn near rainforest looking place in India. And she went back as an adult after she finished college, got her degrees and all this stuff, and came back home and was expecting to go back to her childhood home and go swim in the little river or whatever. And she got back and the river was gone. All the trees were gone. The mountains looked like a desert. The mountains, man, the mountains looked like a desert. Not a tree in sight. Not a tree in sight. And she is crying and she's telling the story. She was like, just imagine. I knew every tree where I grew up. I knew every herb. I knew every plant. My dad would walk us for miles and miles and miles through the woods. And everything was just gone in the short period of time that I was gone to school. And so apparently there had been legal logging companies and illegal logging companies that had just decimated the mountain in just a matter of years, y'all. Just decimated. Like she had footage. It wasn't like she was talking, like you could see the before and after. It was shocking. It was like devastating, right? And so the people who have been driven out of the community, just where they lived in these woods. And so they were like, look, you gotta help us. You gotta help us. And she said, because she was gone so much in this particular first campaign, she was gone so much. She was doing all this. She was doing water quality testing, the impact of like, y'all know the drill. If there ain't no trees, then the soil is not stable. And then you're going to have mudslides and runoff into the water. That's going to kill all the life in the water because it's not going to, just this whole trickle down effect. Right. And so while she was, and so she was saying that at this time in history in India, women were still considered property. It didn't matter, even though women could go to school now and go to college and all of these things, that where marriage was concerned, women still, at least where the law was concerned, were still considered property of their husbands. Not only were the women property of their husbands, but the children of that union were also property of the husband. So she was saying it was damn near impossible at that period in India. She alive, y'all. This ain't like no shit that just happened 100 years ago, 200 years ago. She's still alive. She said, in this point in India, I got 3 degrees. I've got three PhDs. I'm able to support myself and my kids. My husband, he was drunk. He had these issues, whatever. And so what he did was he went to the courts and petitioned the courts for full custody. And the whole thing was about spiting me. You know what I'm saying? And so she said she was devastated. That shit like wiped her out because it took no time. The courts was like, yep, he can have custody. It wasn't even up for debate. He ain't got a pot to piss in the wind to throw it out, but guess what? He can still get full custody of the baby. And so the baby, they interview her son. I mean, obviously he's a grown man now, but he was like, even though I was too young to understand really what was happening, I knew I didn't want to go with my dad, that I was closest to my mom. But we didn't have a choice. And I had to go with my dad. I think he said he was like 5 or 6 years old. And so her husband took her baby. And she said she sat around for a little minute, devastated, like the wind had been knocked out of her. And then she picked herself up and she was like, well, there's some things that I know I can do. And so she said, in India, if you want to fight a case, sometimes there are circumstances that will allow you to bypass the local magistrate or whatever, and go straight to the Supreme Court. And so she said, that's what I did. I took my case. I didn't fight it in the local thing. I took my case to the Supreme Court and I won. She said, I won. Not only did I win, my case was what changed the laws in India about parental rights. She said, my case, she said, because a lot of the women in India were illiterate. They weren't allowed to go to school. They weren't allowed to read and write. And they felt powerless. And so if something like that happened to them, they didn't even have the confidence to fight the shit. She was like, fuck that. I'm about to go get my baby. And so she went to the Supreme Court. She made her case. They gave her full custody of her baby. And so her and her father and all the people around her helped raise her baby. Right. But she said, not only did I win the case, that my case was the one that changed parental rights laws for women in India. I was like, God, she said for years, women would just come up to me in the street and be like, you helped me get my baby. You helped me get my baby. Thank you so much. You helped me get. I said, God damn, this woman, this woman, okay, just this woman, just this woman. I didn't mean to talk about it that long, but oh my God, watching that watching her face off with these monstrosities of institutions. Her little, she just looked like a regular old grandma with her little white hair and her little cute self. But child, you see, you every time she opened her mouth, you hear 10,000 women spring forth out of her throat chakra, y'all. The woman is a gangster. Okay. Anyway, you got to see this documentary sooner than later. You got to see it. It was so great. I just want to tell y'all so much about it, but I ain't gonna tell you nothing else about it. It was so great. It was so great. It was so invigorating watching it this morning. Okay. So anyway, what else was I gonna talk to y'all about before I get into the deep shit? Because we got deep shit. I've been thinking a lot about the last 2-3 lives that I've done, because breakthroughs that have come, the connections that I had never, each strand I knew well, but, and even as I'm talking constantly, perpetually for years about bridging this chasm between all things, this shit that has happened over the last 3-4 days, man, is just like, it's like that thing I keep telling you about. That's like, some of the shit is so obvious, like it's so in your face, but because there's just so much going on everywhere, in every space, in every compartment, every aspect of life, just so much shit going on, that sometimes, and y'all know me, I love going into the deep dives and into the wormholes, and sometimes I go so deep that the obvious eludes me. You understand? That the obvious eludes me. And today and last night, man, has been so deep, so deep, and so deep, so deep. And so first today, let me see. I didn't take a lot of notes today because I was still trying to fulfill several commitments that I have. I know every last one of y'all calling me ugly names right now, because I'm so backed up. I'm so backed up. And please believe that it is not intentional or it is not avoidance. I'm so backed up. And that's why I said, after I get caught up on these written what you call it? The 5 elements consult write-ups. After I get them out, I'm not doing any more write-ups. I don't even know that I'm gonna do any more consults. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. The consults are a lot. It's really a lot. It's really a lot. That's just conducting the consult. But the write-ups, it's like literally writing a 3-page essay every time I'm trying to condense and give people what they need to take off. So I have to maybe come up with a different way, like maybe teach people how to self-diagnose, like minimally. I can teach you enough, not that you'll be able to go out here and be a doctor, but I can teach you enough that you can begin to self-diagnose. So maybe that's part of the apprenticeship process or something, but I just know it's not. I can't. I'm telling you, I can't. I'm telling you, that's not going to be something that I offer long. It's just not. It's just not. I'm not trying to create more work for myself. And the consults have just been that. It's just been this, this overwhelming, like looming thing of, a backup of fucking essays I gotta write, and I just can't. So after I get caught up on these These essays I already owe. I'm probably just going to stick to the readings, to the lives, work on this podcast and the website, and then I have a couple of. I'm only probably gonna try to host, like in terms of big events. I'm probably only gonna try to host three, three or four big events for the rest of the year. And I say big, but it's going to be big like November 19th, like a ceremony that y'all can participate in via Zoom, not like a fair or no shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But like three, maybe four. There are big dates coming up that I would really like to take advantage of. And maybe one of the three of those will be something like big. You know what I'm saying? Like big, like vendors and like entertainment, and I've already been thinking about that. But yeah, so I yeah, I mean, even planning for this summer solstice thing coming up in just a few days, and I haven't even sent y'all the link for the Eventbrite. And when I tell you, I was up at 7 o'clock this morning, and as soon as my feet hit the floor and I got something to drink, I was in here working. Whether it was here, whether it was trying to get this jewelry order filled, it's been plaguing my whole life. You understand? It's just like it's always pedal to them, trying to answer emails, trying to it's like a lot. It's just a lot. And so I don't need to be in the position where for the sake of anyway, whatever. That's my little spiel on that. So anyway, what was I saying? So tonight, after I get up off of here, so I'm not going to stay on here terribly long. There's some things I want to talk to you about. I'm going to talk to you about, but I'm not going to be on here no 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hours. I have real, like now it's pressing shit that I have to do. And one of those things is to get this event on Eventbrite finished so I can email it out to you guys so that y'all can sign up for the summer solstice thing this weekend. Okay. So the last live that we did, the last long one that we did, I'll be honest, it did me. It sent me. I was like, because everything was coming so fast, and I'm trying to take notes while I'm trying to talk y'all and walk y'all through what's coming down on me. I can't be my own scribe neither. I keep telling y'all that. I need scribes. You feel me? The oh my God moments that I have, and I'm like, hold on, let me write that down. If I had scribes, I wouldn't have to write that shit down. I would just blurt it out the way that it's coming through. You feel me? And know that somebody's going to write it down so I don't miss for myself, to study in retrospect what came through. So I know it's annoying because I'll go back and watch some of my videos and I'll be like, oh my God, hold on just a second. I don't want to lose this. Right. And y'all I'm sitting quiet for a good 2 minutes. Y'all like, what's she thinking? Because I'm thinking the same thing. I'm like, damn, I don't remember what I was thinking about. But writing it down. And so it's again, like what I was telling you guys the other day about how in ceremony, I don't let go. Right. Like I don't just be fully embodied in the moment. And that's another example of it. Is when I have to stop the stream of consciousness for myself and take a note so I don't forget what came through in the stream of consciousness. You feel me? And so even when I go back and look at those notes that I took in real time, it doesn't translate. It doesn't translate as clearly as it did when it came through. Like when I'm taking notes and I'm trying to write quick, so it ain't so much on air, like dead silence. It doesn't translate the same way. And then Save Our Tree says, use AI to be your scribe. How I do that? Y'all be throwing shit at me, and I keep telling y'all, I'm not joking. I'm deadly serious. I am like a baby. Okay. When I say I'm not tech savvy, I mean, I'm like a baby in my understanding of text. So people be giving me all these dope ass ideas. I'm like, damn, that sounds dope. How I do that? How I do that? Because I need the instructions spelled out like I'm 5 years old, attached to the suggestion. How I do that? How do I get AI to be my scribe while I'm talking to y'all in real time? Somebody explain that to me, and then I will be up on game. Because that sounds like an excellent idea. Now, so the reason I got up into that is because the last live that I did, there was so much that I wanted to do right away, right off that live. There were things I wanted to do. If I had my way, let me tell you how my study life would look. Let me give you an idea of what my study life would look like if I had my way. Because I'm crazy like that. I'm insane like that. But I know what I need. You feel me? And I told y'all, we call it ADD and we call it ADHD, but I really believe, and I've told y'all this before, I am really confident. I really believe that what we call ADD or ADHD is like, I really believe it's like the next stage in human development. I really do. I really believe that our our I believe that it is the next stage in human development, and that if there was a way, instead of medicating the symptoms of ADD, right, an inability to concentrate on one thing, right, like thinking about multiple things at the same time. And I told you, because of the way ADD and ADHD are put out in the world, that it was very difficult for me to teach myself how to study in the absence of a society, of an educational system that teaches anybody how to learn, teaches anybody how to study all the way up through your PhD. You ain't learning through deep, internalization and application. You are memorizing, you are cramming to get to the next stage. And if you keep something, cool. Most of it you're gonna lose. You feel me? And so I had to teach myself how to study. I had to teach myself how to learn. There was like a eureka moment when I was trying to learn and trying to study the way I had always been told I'm supposed to learn and study, which is in quiet, like in the library, or just it has to be quiet so you can focus. Go outside by the tree or the lake or whatever. And none of that shit worked for me. I tried everything. I tried all the things and nothing worked. And it was like I was perpetually frustrated. I was, perpetually self-doubting, like, I'm smart, so why can I not sit still long enough to get this? And it was like a eureka moment when I don't even remember what exactly the event was, but I was in Tampa at the time. And maybe it was like they used to do these big ass poetry slams that would have music and open mic, but the whole thing was mostly centered around poetry. And then I brought a book with me. I was vending. That's what it was. I was vending. I brought a book with me, and it was like I needed the noise. Like it was the noise. It was like all the busyness. It was like people laughing and dancing and responding to the poets and all of that shit. It was like all of the busyness was what allowed me to like zone in on what I was reading. And it was literally like a eureka moment. Like, oh shit, like I understand the shit. Like not only do I understand it, but I can hear it clearly. I can see it clearly. And I'd never been able to do that. It was the first time that study didn't feel like this excruciating, laborious task that I was like wading through tar to get through. And that's always what study felt like to me. And so I'm saying that because I'm convinced even now, like the way I study, the clarity with which I study, when I am surrounded by what other people would call distractions, that's the way it always feels to me, is like I'm so progressive. I'm so I get so much done, no matter what that is. I get so much done when I'm in that environment where there's just so much going on around me. And so my mind takes that like it's like it filters out the busyness that's in my own brain. Like if I'm at home and I'm studying, I got 10,000 things going on in my mind. I was like, oh, but I really need to get up and, clean my bathroom really quick, or, oh, you know what? And it becomes a way, it really becomes a way of me, what do you call it? Procrastinating. Because the one thing that I'm supposed to be doing in that moment, I really don't want to do. And so all this busy shit in my head will always find something for me to do to take me away from what is supposed to be the most important thing in that moment, which is whatever the task is. You feel me? And so when there's all what would literally be this going on in my own brain, going on outside of my brain, it's like my brain is like, it's like, I don't know, osmosis or some shit where it just comes out of my brain, the busy, the noisy, and all that shit. And then now there's this clarity, there's this quiet, there's this calm in the chaos that I can like focus, and I can be at a club 3, 4, 5 hours writing, get up, dance for a few minutes, get myself a fresh drink, and get right back to it. You feel me? So anyway, I'm saying all that because if I had the ability and under the ideal circumstances to study the way that I want and know, and I mean, I know that I would get from it what I need to get. I've even noticed it when I watch TV that ideally I would have about 3 TVs, right? Like right by each other. 3 TVs, you feel me? Playing 3 different things on the same subject in some way. You feel me? So like maybe a movie, like an actual movie with something related to the topic at hand, a YouTube video that's actually full on about the topic, and some music. Definitely would have music playing on one. I have my little background music playing no matter what I'm doing in here, or I will get caught. I'll get stuck. TV playing like, a concert or something music busy on the screen. You feel me? And then I don't have a single I have a single empty space on a single wall in my whole apartment. I'm not a single wall. Yep. Not a single wall in my apartment. Not my kitchen. Not a single wall in my apartment that is not already fully bigly occupied. So the thing is I'm always pulling out my little yin yang thing from over here. I got about 8, 9, 10 poster boards, just like my little yin yang over here off in the cut with different stuff up on it. And so sometimes it'll just stay here until I'm like actually need it. But there are poster boards over here I really want to work on, but if they ain't in my face, they get lost in the noise. You feel me? And so ideally I would have one wall that's just nothing but all my poster boards, just like the crazy conspiracy theory people, all my poster boards on one wall, a big old giant wall, so that these connections that I have made over the last 3 days, and then when I saw them, I was like, how in the fuck did I not see this before? How have I been doing this as long as I have been? And it was right in front of me the whole time, like literally right here, like the little kid just jumping in your face trying to get your attention and you just ignoring the little kid. That's how obvious it was. But if my stuff was laid out, you feel me? I would have been. That would be my ideal study situation. Okay. Anyway, whatever. And then there was so what I'm going to talk to you guys about today or tonight was in some ways like a direct result of what we talked about the other day, and then like several indirect connections and ways of what we talked about the other day when I started having this kind of insane breakthrough about like the vagus nerve and about Independence Day and about the movie Host and how all of these things, even though seemingly unrelated, were like directly related. And I started out talking about King's Day and how Trump was both number 9 and number 11 in terms of his candidacies, his terms in the White House. And is this a coincidence, or is it, are they attempting to alert us to a potential echo of what happened at our entry into the 21st century? And is that unreasonable when we see all of the ways that they use, particularly astrology and numerology, to hide shit in plain sight? Why? Because I told you, at least what Sister Talia told me was that all we got to do is tell y'all what we intend to do, and then we can do what we want. We ain't got to feel no guilt, no shame, no nothing, because as long as we tell you in your face, whatever happens, it's like we told you so. You feel me? And so we called it conditioning and preparation, but in actuality, it was, in my estimation, a method of securing absolution for themselves when they knew that there were going to be these massive aggressions against the human condition that they were going to be engaged in soon. And they could just always fall back on, well, the Talmud told us, or the Torah told us, or, Christianity told us. But so anyway, this is off of that. So what did I start with today? And then I'll tell you where I ended up. And then there was something else that I wanted to, two other things I'd wanted to get to, and I still haven't even gotten to them because I've been so overwhelmed with like trying to stay in the zone of these breakthroughs and not lose what I had wanted to tell you 2 days ago. And I still haven't gotten to it. Okay, so I'll just start with where I left off right before I got up on this call. So let me just tell you where I started. I'll just start with my notes, and maybe it'll take me back and then take me forward again. Let's see. So okay, so there's a did I write the name of that down? Probably didn't. There is a YouTube video. I'm gonna have to share it in the link later if I remember. There's a video that I saw today. So you remember several weeks, maybe a couple of months back, I had read to you the content, the transcripts for a YouTube video that I saw on this YouTube channel that is like, it's becoming really, really increasingly popular, these AI generated YouTube channels. And this particular one was about Oya and Shango, right? And I was saying, yeah, when I first started listening to it, I was like, plus it was told by kind of AI generated white guy voice. I was like, like the like the imagery was beautiful, but I was like, I don't know. But I went ahead and watched it, and my mind was blown. And so I, got the transcript and read that to y'all, right? I saw another one of those today because I specifically started my quote topic research today because I mentioned it kind of like in passing, but wrote it down, was like, nope, this is something I need to get into. And so I decided to get into it today. So I'm gonna need to find a piece of paper. Let me just use this. Did I do that? No, I didn't. So what I started by doing was drawing like a little box, right, on a piece of paper, dividing the box in half. And what I was going to do was, okay, so the other day when I was going to talk to you about what I was going to talk to you about and never got to it, so you still don't know what I was going to talk to you about, I was going to talk about the Iyami Aj, but I wasn't going to talk just about the Iyami Aj. There was this concept over the last week that it started coming back to me, that while I was a devotee of Ifa, I had never, like, conceptually, I never got it. Even now, even when I talk about the Iami, this particular this particular peculiarity about their story, I never understood it. I never conceptually understood it. I was like, okay, well, I'd always just heard it told to me. I'd never read it. So I went and tried to, like, find all of the Odus about the Iami, right? Because this concept, I'm only going to talk about it a little bit, but this is what got me on the subject today. So I went, spent all this time downloading all the stuff that I could find on the Iami Aj, and oddly enough, none of the pieces that I could find about the EIME addressed this particular thing that I had always been told as a devotee, but didn't have, like, a frame of reference of, like, how that worked or how it made sense. It's a concept, and I'm telling you, it's been with me for about a good 9-10 days now. It's come up in, like, readings. I'm like, damn, okay, I got to think about this, because this somehow relates to this reading I'm doing for somebody or whatever. This concept, and we spent a lot of time on the EIME. You feel me? We spent a lot of time on the EIME. If y'all go back to them videos, we spent a long time talking about the EIME. But even in there, everything that I'd read, nothing addressed this peculiar, like, story or epitaph about the EIME. So in Yoruba culture, particularly in Ifa, the practice of Ifa, there is this concept called oyimbo. Oyimbo. In Nigeria, oyimbo is the name that they call is a oyimbo is the word that they use to talk about white people. When you hear a Nigerian talk about oyimbo, they talk about white people. That's what they call white people, is oyimbo. I don't know what it translates to, but that's what they call white people, oyimbo. Okay. And in my Elay, and even outside my Elay, there had been this story. I've only heard it a handful of times the whole 15 years I was a devotee, but like I said, I kept it because I was like, huh? But I never understood conceptually, like, what it meant. And so in this story, Iami Aj, the witches, the aspect of the witches, um, in this story, it is said something to the effect of, is that white people, that the Iami Aj controls white people, like governs white people's existence on the earth, and that the Iami Aj can use Oyimbo as a tool of punishment, right? As a tool of punishment. And I was like, what the fuck? What does that even mean? What that mean? Like, and nobody could explain it, like, any more than that, any more than just what they had heard or what they had read or what they had learned, as a priest or what. I was like, but what that mean though? But what it mean though? Because I don't understand. I don't understand. And I still didn't understand. But for some reason over the last maybe week and a half, 2 weeks, it's like a thorn in my brain. I'd never even thought about it again. I never, in all these years, even when we was talking about the EIME IJ, and I did that long ass video about the EIME, it never, them quote ruling Oyimbo, and if need be using Oyimbo as a way to punish. That shit didn't make no sense to me, and nobody cared to, like, go in depth. And so even when we was reading about that shit, didn't make no sense to me. Didn't even come up in my frontal lobe. Didn't even come up in my consciousness. But for some reason, I'll tell you what the reason is. This bullshit with your president. This guy, the kind of weird duality of his presence as the commander in chief. There's, like, my homie that y'all heard on here before. I told you he's the only brother on the founding committee for the temple of Basi. Because this shit was it was like eating away just like this constant, like little in the back of my head. And so I called him because me and him, we cut from the same cloth. We were in the same organization. Our understanding of the political world is right on par. So I was like, yo, I've been having this like kind of thought and this idea, and I just haven't created a way to articulate it in a way that people will receive it, because no matter what I say, people are going to be jarred by what I say, what I feel about this situation. People are going to be jarred, but being able to frame it in a way where even though their initial response might be what the absolute fuck, like they can immediately go in and be like, oh no, I see that. I didn't see that, but now I see that, right? And so he and I are talking about it. We ended up on the phone for like 5 hours. Like it was like that. This thing that I'm going to talk to you about minimally right now on how I got to where I am, and how this thing about the EIMEIJ, the mothers, the mothers as the fates, the mothers as the judges and shit, why it just kept coming up for literally about the last 2 weeks. And so the thing was, and I had been thinking about this for long before this, since January, really. And I even thought about it during Trump's first term, truth be told, right? But I had been thinking about this weird place that specifically Black people find themselves in. Everybody is experiencing the same thing to one degree or another, but the peculiar nature of this period with Black people and the quote commander-in-chief has been standing out for me for some time, right? That what we perceive as like recklessness in this candidacy, in this term, like wildness or like recklessness or like, oh, he just crazy, like those kind of narratives prevents us from doing like a deeper analysis that's not wrapped up in emotionalism. You feel me? Like, okay, what is it that I'm supposed to be seeing? What is it that I'm supposed to be experiencing as one who can, even if I'm annoyed, I can wade through my immediate emotional response to this guy and what he's doing to like go into the space in between these highs and lows and figure out what it is I'm supposed to be extracting from this particular term, right? And one of the things that immediately stood out for me upon his inauguration was the kind of the responses that I've been hearing from Black people about certain like executive orders that he had signed, and how so many of those executive orders were shocking. For example, Black people is like, it was just, what's the word I want to use? It's like this duality. It was like this weird, sharp duality that puzzled me. Like it puzzled me. And I'm gonna tell you what it's based in. It's based in people's emotionalism. That's why Trump is in office, is because he can rally emotions. He can rally extreme emotions, extremely polar emotions, right? And I feel like because that's been his primary part in this play, to like really polarly divide and divide into these extremes or whatever, that people are on both sides are perpetually missing the big picture with this dude. So for example, when he I guess was like defunding the CIA and the FBI, and I think the guy that he fired had been like the like the whatever you call him, like the head honcho, the chief, or the president. I don't know what you call him. But he was the highest sitting guy for the I think it was either the FBI or the CIA. They said his salary, this chief, president of one of them alphabet groups, his salary was $1.5 million a year. His salary was $1.5 million a year, right? And he got fired. I don't remember why, but he got fired. And then a whole bunch of other people at the Pentagon, in the FBI, and the CIA got fired. And I think in the chaos of, quote, all these people getting fired because it was right in part. And this guy wasn't a DEI. He was a white, upper middle class, wealthy white male who got fired from his position. But because so many of the other people that were being fired all at one time from these institutions, the CIA, FBI, Pentagon, the default response was panic and rage. So it's like, because we hate Trump, anything that he does, our default is to hate and to panic, to hate what he did and to panic about what he did, right? Not to think about the implications of the action, but to say, okay, if Trump did it, it's fucked up. If Trump did it, he only did it for fucked up reasons. And we don't need to know the reasons. We know anything he do equals bad. Anything he do, we know is bad. We don't have to do any deep analysis, right? And so I was puzzled by that action. The reason I was puzzled is because I've been an activist since 1996, 1993, some shit like that, right? And so all these years, all this time, all we hear, especially from Black people in general, and then Black people who were like activists, Black people who were like Black power, whatever, like, y'all know the line, fuck the ABC squad. Like, that's what they call them, the ABC squad, CIA, ATF, PD, whatever. If they alphabet clan, fuck them, right? CIA, that's the line. And so when Trump is inaugurated, and one of his first executive orders is, quote, the defunding of whichever department it was that this guy was like, over. And people were like, oh my God, they fired this guy. I'm hearing Black people say this. Oh my God, they fired this guy. They fired all these people in the CIA and the FBI and at the Pentagon. Oh my God. And so their default, without taking 2.2 seconds to analyze, right? Because he is the bad guy. He is arch enemy supreme. That anything that he does, doesn't matter what it is, Black people and other marginalized people are automatically going to be like, it's bad. No matter who it is, what it did, it's bad if he did it. White people who may be working class, who may be lower middle class, who may have families, may have lost they what they call it, they Obamacare or whatever, that does not matter. Whatever he does, they automatically default to, we love him and he can't do no wrong. You see these extremes that prevent people from just taking a half a second to like analyze what it is he just did and the impact that it's going to have on them. All these years, all these Black people, not just in our generation, hell, since the formation of these organizations, the FBI, the CIA, the this and this and this and this, we know exactly how every last one of these every last one of these institutions were founded. Every single one. Every single one. The FBI got its start with the UNIA. With the UNIA and the mafia, the mob, but trying to infiltrate the Universal Negroes Improvement Association. As a matter of fact, the first Black person ever hired in the FBI was in 1913 to infiltrate Marcus Garvey's organization. So we know that these organizations, if the Alphabet Boys, you feel me, in one way or another were created to address what the government had identified as the greatest threat to the internal security of the United States of America. And who was going to be the greatest threat? A whole goddamn nation of people who just a half a second ago was on plantations working for free. of course they represent the greatest threat to the internal security of the United States of America, because the Constitution, our Constitution, wouldn't have never had to change if these niggas would have never been let go. You know what I'm saying? If they hadn't been let go, we'd be all right. We'd be all right. And so every time you turn around, these Negroes trying to change our Constitution. And if they put up a good enough fight, we ain't gonna have no choice but at least give a little bit. Give a little bit. Let them have, okay. You feel me? And so I'm saying that because that was the most glaring contradiction, is all these years, black people, 100 years, 120, 150 years, black people been complaining about the police, which was started as slave catchers, a slave catching organization. They was hollering about the FBI. They was hollering about the CIA. They was hollering about the police department because they was all the Klan. Since we've been here, anybody that's got some alphabets attached to they they title, black people's like, we don't trust them. what Public Enemy say? You can't trust them. You can't trust. That was just the general. My mama is a Christian, and when she was teaching her teenage girls how to drive in middle of nowhere, Alabama, she's like, I don't care. I know you're supposed to respect the police, but you are girls. Y'all are 16 years old. When you are on this backcountry road, you do not stop. If somebody turns the police lights on you, you do not stop your car until you find a well-lit driveway of somebody's house that's obviously owned, and you can pull your car into their driveway. You don't stop until somebody can account for you. Until somebody can account for you, you do not stop your car. That's my Christian mama telling me that when I learned how to drive. Has always been an understanding about the nature of our relationship to the state. So fast forward, this is a cultural thing. We got whole cultural norms and shit about how to behave in public so that we don't come into the direct line of sight of some cop or some whatever. You feel me? And so because everybody hates this guy that is sitting in the White House, he is able to, execute these quote executive orders that he knows will default yield from the general white population and those people who identify more in proximity to whiteness. You feel me? That their default is going to be like, this dude can't do no wrong. I don't care what nobody hollering about. Trump is our boy. He can't do no wrong. And then in the exact and extreme opposite response from these people over here who are just triggered all the time by anything that Trump do. And so they automatically don't have a default position because he is the Antichrist. He is the devil incarnate and he can't do no right. And so anything he do, we take in the opposite position. We ain't going to investigate. We ain't going to analyze. The thing that's striking to me about that is that this quote, executive order and the subsequent impact that it had. And I was like, why are Black people like actually lamenting about like 30% of the Pentagon, the FBI, the CIA being defunded and fired or laid off by the Trump administration? I was like, yeah, okay, y'all don't like him, but like, even though this is not his objective, this dude just did in the first 6 months of his presidency what we've been hollering about for a long time. Get rid of some of them, defund them, like cut them off the teeth. You feel me? Like I was sitting here like, yo, this is something. What am I witnessing right now? That's what I was asking myself. Like, what's his angle? Like, what is it he trying to do? You feel me? Because he just did with the stroke of a pen what a lot of Black organizers been trying to do for a long time, what a lot of Mexican organizers, what a lot of, socialist revolutionaries been trying to do for a long time. He just cut a huge chunk of the employees from the greatest and most consolidated, violent state apparatus. He about to cut that whole shit in half. Y'all hollering out, Oh my God, look what Trump did to the FBI and the CIA. Black people, I'm listening to, watching. Black people out their mouth say that shit. I said, wait a minute, what am I experiencing? This is like a brain hurting kind of like reversal world thing that I'm witnessing. And I feel like this chaos tornado that we are like walking through, that nobody is paying attention to the eye. Like nobody is paying attention to the eye of the storm because they caught up in the storm itself. They caught up, so they can't see shit clearly because they don't recognize that there's stillness in the chaos. You feel me? So that was one thing. It was just a lot of things like that, little things like that I'm like, why black people out here like, okay, so let me ask you a question. If Kamala Harris had won the presidency and did exactly what Trump had did, just keep it to the police, the Pentagon, the firing of the dude, the director, that's what he was, the director, I think, of the FBI, and his salary was $1.5 million a year. Okay, now put on your thinking cap. Okay. If Kamala Harris had become the president of the United States and had done exactly the same thing verbatim, every I and every I dotted and every T crossed exactly the way Trump did, and it had the impact on the Pentagon, the FBI, the CIA that it did, what would your position be then? I'm talking specifically about black folks. What would your position be then? She done fired the director who was making $1.5 million a year to surveil your ass. She done fired a third of the whole alphabet department in the Pentagon, the CIA, the this and this and this and this. She done fired a third of everybody. If that negress, that Negro adjacent woman, had won the presidency and had just done that, not all the other stuff that he's done, but there's other stuff that I could point out that's the same contradiction. But let's just stick with the alphabet boys. If this negress had done exactly the same thing, what would y'all be saying? Would y'all be saying, oh my God, look at what she did? How this man gonna take care of his family? I've heard this. How he gonna take care of his family? Talking about the dude that make $1.5 million a year to surveil you, to listen to your phone calls and shit, to monitor your computer activity. How he gonna take care of his family? What are these people in the CIA and the FBI gonna do? Would that have been your position? If it had not been Trump, but it had been Kamala who had done the same thing. I promise you it wouldn't be. Y'all be like, yo, that's the most gangster shit we ever seen. Y'all see what she did? Oh my God. It's like she heard us. She know we hate the police. She know we the main ones being sought after by the FBI, the CIA, and this and this and this and this. Y'all see what this black woman did? I told y'all she was black. That's what y'all have been saying. That's what y'all would have been saying. If she had done the same thing verbatim that this lunatic did, because I'm not giving him love and walking y'all through a point. That if she had done exactly the same thing, y'all would have said, this is the most audacious and radical and revolutionary gangster shit we done ever seen. We done ever seen in the history of this country. That's what y'all would have said if it had been the Negro adjacent woman that had done it instead of the weird guy that had done it. That's what I mean about recognizing that moment where your extreme visceral emotions will always betray you, and they know that, so they can literally get you to function at your most extreme. In traditional Chinese medicine, they call emotions aren't bad. Emotions are how we understand, how we perceive the world around us. Our emotional responses, which are a biochemical response, will help to alert the other areas of our brain and our endocrine system on how to respond to our perception of what is happening around us. Your emotions in traditional Chinese medicine, when they go for too long unchecked and unharmonized. Do you hear what I'm saying? Unchecked, unexpressed, and unharmonized or imbalanced When those emotions go too long in that way, at that point, the theory identifies those unchecked, unbalanced, unresolved, unexpressed emotions as the evils. They're called the evils, the 7 evils. Sometimes they're called the 6 evils, depending upon, the school of thought. Like the school of Chinese medicine, you are, dipping your toe in. But they're called the evils. Emotions aren't evil. They only become evil when what? They are unexpressed, unresolved, unbalanced, right? So when you get stuck, which is deliberately, by the way, when you get stuck in a cycle of fear and rage, when you get stuck in a cycle of grief and worry, right? The organ, what 9? I don't know what you're talking about, QB. 9 what? What I miss? 9 what? The 9 blew right past me. I'm clueless. I don't have a frame of reference. But anyway, all right. So these emotions that, and sometimes, because a lot of y'all experience this, y'all will do all the things. Y'all will, practice breathing exercises, and y'all will what else? Y'all will meditate, and y'all do yoga and all of these things. And sometimes they help temporarily. But when you live in a society where your emotions are literally being harvested, so you are experiencing emotional highs and lows regularly, like a rat on a wheel. You just, oh my God, damn, I was good. I meditated this morning, but then my boss is like in my motherfucking ear with this bullshit, whatever. You get cut off in the road and you almost crash. And there you go. And then another emotion. When you are in a situation where you are literally swimming in an ocean of emotions, not just yours, emotional triggers, not just yours, but everyone in proximity to you, then it doesn't matter how much meditation you do. These are things that you're constantly having to try to resolve in a sea of chaos. And it does not help that social media has provided a space to initiate even more extreme emotional responses in human beings. Okay, I'm getting to a point because this campaign, they came out the gate saying what? The next year, talking about this year, the next year, it's going to be something like you've never seen. They kept repeating it over and over. It's going to be a campaign like you've never seen. It's going to be defined by shock and awe, shock everywhere you turn. Some different person in Trump's cabinet was saying shock and awe. I was watching all of these different news broadcasts. I'm like, how many times are they gonna say that shit? Shock and awe, shock and awe, shock and awe. And so here you are, swimming in this madness of what they promised you was going to be a shock and awe campaign unlike you've never seen. That's exactly the wording that they used. And so in that shock and awe, there are too many studies that show different ways that constant panic or constant fear impact your ability to make clear decisions. Studies on how people who are always fighting just to float, like fighting just to keep bills paid, just to eat, that they have the worst spending habits of anybody else. It is because, now I can get real deep about it based on Chinese medicine and 5 elements theory about why their brain is impacted the way that they are when they're in a constant state of fear, particularly fear and anxiety. I won't get that deep. Maybe I will another day. But all of these studies that just talk about how the hormones of a person that's living in a constant state of anxiety and fear, how their hormones, their body chemistry is extremely different than a person who is, quote, relatively situated and comfortable in the world, steady. You feel me? So on and so on and so on. And I'm saying that because this science exists everywhere, exists for a reason. These studies have been happening since well before the 20th century. They know the impact of every campaign and the impact that it has on each individual person to get from those persons exactly what they need to get from them, whether it's to rely on your terrible spending habits when you're in a constant state of stress, strain, fright, and uncertainty, anxiety, or whatever, how to channel. This is what we started talking about the other day, and I got off topic so hard because it was so awesome. How they can take and manipulate your hormones. Your endocrine system is like your biofeedback to the world around you. That's all it is. I mean, people make it more complicated than it is, but once you see it, you're just like, oh my God, this shit was so easy. Like, why they be deliberately making this shit complicated? Exactly. So, for example, I told y'all this is how I got started on it the other day. I started telling you guys about the love hormone, right? And the function of the love hormone, especially as it is expressed during the delivery process of a baby, right? And how everybody knows that, quote, oxytocin is the love hormone. And everybody talks about, oh my God, oxytocin is the love hormone. Told you about how many people I've worked on in my years who have the chemical formula for oxytocin tattooed. I'm like, what's that? Oh, it's oxytocin. It's the love hormone. Everybody knows about the love hormone. What they do not know is that every single solitary emotion has polar responses. Every single solitary one. Your digestive hormones have polar behaviors. They don't just behave one way, they have polar behaviors. So, using oxytocin as the example. And when I tell you, that's why I love medical school so much. Reading these like peer-reviewed studies, these articles about studies, observatory studies, or participatory stories that are 50, 60, 90, 100 years old about human behavior, about how to manipulate human behavior. You don't know how sinister this bitch is until you go to medical school. You do not know how wickedly, inhumanely sinister this bitch is until your ass go to medical school. Okay? So anyway, I remember one study that there was another study I was actually going to talk to you about. But so let's talk about oxytocin for a second. So oxytocin is the love hormone. That's what everybody call it. But it's not just the love hormone. It is the hormone that is responsible for feelings of love. When you experience love, then you know that you, because of your perception, because of your body's perception, so it can be an external perception or an internal perception. That's what your senses are for. It is your perception, because the same thing that might terrorize you may not faze me. Using oxytocin as an example to talk about the polar behaviors, that the polar emotions that this same hormone can elicit into different people. It is because of their perception of the phenomena observed. Do you hear what I'm saying? What did we say the other day about physics, right? About quantum physics, right? What quantum physics says is something to the effect of an object observed is forever changed. Not only is the object observed changed by the observer of the object is also changed. I was like, damn, that's deep, right? So this is about your perception. This is about how two different people seeing the same thing can have two extremely, almost polar responses to the phenomenon observed. Do you hear me? This political analysis I just gave you about Trump being in office and doing what he did with the police. Just think about the police and the alphabet boys. You feel me? And how the response from black folks is, look at what he did. Oh my God, how these people gonna pay their bills? A third of the Pentagon got fired. And I'm saying, yo. And white people hate the police. Don't get it twisted. White people hate the police when the police be fucking with them. This the state, this fascism, but them same white people will see them police clamp down, crack down on some colored community and be like, get them, get them. Them same police They'll say, get them. You feel me? So, and I'm telling you that if your observation for what triggered you to be like, oh my God, look at what he did. All these police people, all these alphabet people that lost their job or whatever, and you like lamenting and woeing, and this to you fuels your panic and your idea of the uncertainty attached to this particular person sitting in the White House. And I ask you the question, would your response be the same if the Negro adjacent woman had taken the White House and done exactly the same thing to exactly the same department? Would your response have been the same? And I can guarantee you, I ain't got $1 million, but I can bet you $1 million. The answer would be no. Your response would not have been the same. And so this becomes a political example of what I'm talking about with the love hormone that actually is tied. It's tied. The political example is tied to the hormonal example. Let me go in. So oxytocin, right, is one of the many hormones that circulates in our blood and that can do a couple of things. But the thing that we most know it for is its ability to make us feel deep sensations of love. That's what we most know it for. Don't mean it's the only thing it do. It just means that's what we most know it for, is to elicit a deep sense of love for another. Okay. So say, let me put it like this. So up until very recently, you haven't even heard a lot of people like medical professionals or scientists talk about the other emotional response that it can elicit. And this is the thing that's the most sinister about it. So I won't even complicate it. So oxytocin is not only responsible for a deep sense of love, oxytocin, and what did I tell you that deep sense of love was meant to do? In its most primary, what is it for? It is to allow the mother to bond with her offspring in a way this is how I learned it, in a way that will make her insanely defend her child. That's the way I learned it in medical school. It's not just like regular love, like, oh, you my boo, oh, I love you. That attachment, that moment where oxytocin floods both the baby system and the mother system at the moment that the baby is crowning, and that flood of oxytocin remaining constant all the way through the first feed, when the baby attaches. Ideally, the baby attaches to the mother's nipple to begin right away nursing before the umbilical cord is cut, before the umbilical they don't cut it until after the umbilical pulse has stopped, to continue this circulation of this intense flood of oxytocin that is meant biologically to secure the progeny. Every organism wanting to see itself live forever in its offspring. That's the driving force behind every organism. And so this flood of oxytocin, it guarantees that the mother will violently and insanely defend the life of her progeny. Okay? So the violently and insanely are the two words that I want you to focus on. Okay? Because the other thing that oxytocin does, while think about a lion or a lioness or wolf, right? A female wolf, a she wolf, right? They done nurse these babies. They love these babies, but these babies can't go out in the world by themselves. And you see it. You see how dogs, female animals get rabid when you get too close to their pups, to their newborns. You see that they literally get rabid, right? So in a situation, now this is based on the studies around oxytocin, in a situation where, because y'all don't want to hear this, but like nationalism is a great example. Okay. Nationalism is an example that has been used in studies. Okay. So nationalism, which automatically kind of like consolidates a group, and in the consolidation of that group, it's like this is the way that you identify that everyone around outside of the group is not us. And so you hold the line, you protect the group in the quote love, protection, and the sense of sameness between you, among you, and those that you identify as a part of the group. This is like this social network of functioning oxytocin as the bonding love hormone. But that same level of love hormone that you have surging through your blood, and that is based on your perception of yourself and the group in opposition to those who are not self and who are not a part of the group. That same, you love everybody, you the homies, y'all love each other, y'all dap each other up every time y'all see, this is my friend, right? This is the group that you love and have deep, deep affection for based in your sameness. That same flood of hormones circulating in your blood to sustain this loving relationship, when your brain perceives the outside world and someone in the outside world that is not a part of us, not a part of the group, not quote the same, you still got all these love hormones floating in your brain. That love hormone, while maintaining love and deep commitment to the group, those who you see as self or the same, can create an equal response to those that you have identified as not same, as not part of the group, as not the love group. And the response will be the same. A violent and insane, quote, defense of the family, defense of the group, defense of the network as same, and a violent and insane response of hatred to those who do not fit in the group. Oxytocin is responsible for both your love emotion and your hatred emotion. This shit is so sinister because I read a study years ago about recognizing these polar responses of oxytocin. The US military funded several studies to see if they could use create an aerosol of oxytocin to administer to you as combatants, people who are in active warfare, to make them stronger in their violent defense of the idea. USA, I'm an American, I'm a patriot. And the study was to see if, because again, we hear these stories of the of oxytocin making females superhuman. It's the oxytocin. It's the oxytocin that makes you lift the car up off your baby. It's the oxytocin that makes you fight off 10 wolves and you ain't but one she wolf, right? The idea was, can we conduct studies without these soldiers knowing, where we create aerosol administered oxytocin while they are in active combat to measure if it will make them stronger and more violently defend their position in combat. Y'all ain't listening. I know it's late for most of y'all, but that is something else. That's something way beyond sinister, if you have me tell it. But I guess the reason that and even when I was talking the other day about like the vagus nerve and the fight or flight and this and this and this and this and this, is one, recognizing when we talk about the dual nature of something, typically we're talking about the extremes. When we're talking about dual, we're talking about identifying the extremes. But in like yin yang theory, there is a whole sea of possibilities between each pole. We as an individual represent not only the poles, but all of the possibilities between these poles that are represented by the yin and yang, right? And that's how, just remembering that part of what I talked to you guys about the other day, how I got to today. I had mentioned and this thing with the Iami Aj, and like what this story means that I'd heard about here, These are the primordial Black creatrixes. They're called the architects of existence. These primordial creatrices of what we know is Earth, the governors of Earth, the governors of the domain of Earth, the punishers, the fates, the moray and the furies. This is who they are. So why would it? What does this story mean about the Iami using Oyimbo as tools of justice or tools of harmonize? I don't know. I'm still working out in my brain, but from there, remember I said last week that maybe it's a few days ago, that I keep coming back to this similarity, the perpetual similarities between. And somebody keeps asking me about like doing a PDF on my Etsy. I'm working on it. When I tell you I'm always working on it, but I don't want to publish it prematurely. So this is what I started on today, was actually your request about doing the PDF of the correlation between the Orisha and the planets and and then I got stuck on this. And the reason why is because Oya, which I say 10,000 times, this is her reign. This her time to shine, right? The planet Pluto, aka Oya, is fully in Aquarius, which in Ifa tradition, Aquarius is Shango, her husband, her divine husband. They are the warriors, but they don't go to war because they love war. They go to war for revolutionary reasons, to defend the poor, to defend the aggressed, the downtrodden, the oppressed, especially Shango. Shango is about sexual liberation, like breaking the borders of dualities. He is the one that, in some circles say he is the one that is responsible for the leap forward of the LGBTQIA community, because they exist within these polar dynamics of just, quote, masculine and feminine. Shit. Of just masculine and feminine. The reason I just said shit is because Shango, fuck, I need to write this down. Shango, now in Ifa tradition, which as it's practiced in the United States is extremely patriarchal. It's got beautiful stories and they be talking about all the goddesses and stuff, but in its practice in the United States, it is very patriarchal, right? And so even in the patriarchal practice of Ifa in the United States, there are some things that they say about Shango that are on point across mythologies. So Shango, aka Aquarius, right? They say that Shango is loved by everyone, males and females. They love him because he's so swagadocious. He's like beautiful. He's muscular. That's what they describe him as. Is beautiful. He's handsome and he's beautiful. Everybody loves him. Males, they say males respect him, want to be like him. You feel me? Women love. He is just an all around everybody's man. He's the party man. He's the Lord of the drum, right? He's the God of thunder. Da 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 da. And whenever you see him, he's wearing a red and white, what we would call a skirt, but like a red and white skirt with pants on underneath it. Typically, he got his shirt off and he's turning up. Even at war, he's like dancing. He's getting it in, right? And so, where the story of Aquarius in other mythologies are concerned, they're a little bit more obvious with the androgynous nature of those archetypes. Hermes is oh no, I'm wrong. Um, um, Aquarius is Ganymede. Aquarius is Ganymede, and the story of Ganymede was the same thing. Here was a teenage boy who, what it said about him is that he was so beautiful that both the male gods and the female gods coveted him. Right, this whole kind of like gender fluid type connotations in Aquarius, the water bearer. Even the stories about how Zeus, quotes, falls in love with him, kidnaps his ass, takes him into heaven to make him, quote, the water bearer to the gods. But we know, or the cup holder, the water bearer, the cup holder to the gods. And there's some stories about this being analogous to the relationship between, a male and a female, where the female would be the cupbearer. The cup was always synonymous with the uterus. Okay. So anyway, so that kind of like sly androgyny of Ganymede, who becomes Aquarius. And so that's another similarity. The reason I'm saying that is because, and so if Shango in a male's body is for Aquarius, if you are offended by that Shango thing, presenting in a male body, then androgyny would be kind of more effeminate. That would be the more effeminate characteristics. If you're talking about a person born male that is presenting as androgynous, then it would be the female characteristics that would have you come to the conclusion that, they're androgynous to the leaning to the female, right? But Oya, his wife, is exactly the opposite. She is actually called the bearded lady, the grand androgyne, right? Because she is the owner of the mask. She can put on whatever costume is appropriate for the job. They call her the bearded lady, she who puts on pants to go into battle, blah, 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 blah. So it's interesting how these kind of archetypes cross over, especially around the androgyny. These both are revolutionary warriors. Oya is both the governess of revolution and evolution. Shango is like the champion, defender of the weak, defender of the oppressed, defender of the marginalized. That's why his androgyny would be a perfect archetype for the ambitions of the LGBTQIA plus community, to be able to live within these polar extremes of feminine and masculine, right? And so I did the same thing with Oya. We're in America's first Pluto returns. Pluto and Aquarius have made their meeting. They're going to be posted up together till 2044. But in reading a lot, because we've been talking a lot and reading a lot about Mercury, the planet Mercury, about the astrological mythology and significance of Mercury, even as it crosses over into other cultural stories. I'm always using Ifa as my frame of reference, but you can use whoever you see fit. I know there are several people who watch who are of Mayan descent. You have that archetype in your in your cultural mythology as well. Every place on earth does. And so it's just interesting because we were talking a lot about numerology the last time we were on here. And then we were also talking about how this way that I've been talking about the planets, talking about these astrological occurrences and astronomical occurrences, but missing the boat and seeing how these astrological and astronomical occurrences are mirroring what is happening not just on Earth, what's happening in each and every one of us. Not making, even though I've studied this shit, but still not making the correlation in real time about what is currently happening in the heavens, in the cosmos, right? That's on everybody's mind, it's on everybody's tongue. What's happening on the earth, which is on everybody's mind, on everybody's tongue, but not making the correlation between these two big things and how that is literally being played out in our actual individual bodies. That was the shit that eluded me. And so, for example, let me just tell you, because I know I sound like I'm being really ambiguous, and I'm not. I'm trying to pull shit together as I'm talking to you, right? So we talk about the number 9 a lot because that is Oya's number, the number, quote, of completion. She is, we just read it the other day in the Bible. I was like, oh my God, how have I been saying this? And we just happened to flip on the scripture that says, what? I am the Alpha, I am the Omega, the beginning and the end, the first and the last. I was like, holy shit, that's insane. Did y'all just see what happened? Oh my God, right? And so we talk about the number 9 and what it represents. And I was saying, if this one statement here, I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, the first and the last. And I said, the reason I got on this is I was like, damn, is this like one of them things that's hidden in plain sight? Like, is she saying that the book of Revelations is not the last book in the Bible, but actually the first book in the Bible? Like, that's how I got on it. I was like, should we be reading this shit from the back to the front? Because I told y'all again about this guy. I still haven't rewatched it to take notes, but the guy from Astrology Report on YouTube doing this video like 6 months, a year ago. I don't know. I don't remember when, but he said, what if we're not in the age of Aquarius, but we're actually entering the age of Gemini? And I was like, psh, right? And so I was like, well, how would that happen though? How would it happen that a whole planet of people would be convinced that we're moving in one direction and we're actually moving in the opposite direction? Like, how would that happen? How would that happen? Like, how could that happen? And so my brain was like swelling. I was like, I don't get it. I don't understand. And then it occurred to me the other day that if this is the case, and we spent all this time talking about the Council of Nicaea and their manipulation of time and their manipulation of the calendar and all of this shit that happened in these days from May 20th to August 25th in the year 325 AD, I'm like, okay, so now I'm hearing in the book, I am both the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, the first and the last. Then is this just a metaphor, or is this actually very fucking literal? That's the thought that I was having. Is this very fucking literal? Because I tell y'all, the other epitaph of Oya, aka Pluto, is what? I'm the first and the last and all things in between each breath, between birth and birth, between your spiritual self and your conceived self, between your invisible self and your seen self at the moment you're born, between that last breath that you take. There she is right there. She's not only the first and the last, but she governs every space in between. I was like, damn, right? Baby, let me tell you what happened today. Thinking about this, and I was like, okay, first of all, does this mean that the Revelation is actually the first book of the Bible and not the last? I was like, that would actually explain these, even though that's not what they said. This school of astrology, that's very small, but they believe that we're actually entering the age of Gemini and not entering the age of Aquarius. But if you do a leap backwards through the generations detailed in the Bible, right? Which is what? The Revelation details entry into the age of Aquarius. That's what the Revelation is about. It's about entry into the age of Aquarius, the sun, the SUN's entry into the age of Aquarius after being the personification of the SUN in Pisces, the SUN in Aries, and the SUN in Taurus, right? But if we read this book backwards, okay, if we were to read from the Revelation to the Genesis, if we were to read this book backwards, and I'm talking about metaphorically backwards, I ain't talking about actually going page by page and reading this thing all the way through, but I'm saying metaphorically, if we were to read this book backwards from Aquarius to Pisces to Aries to Taurus, the next sign in the procession of the equinoxes would represent an entry into the age of Gemini. The age of Gemini would have been the age preceding the age of Taurus, which is the metaphorical beginning of the Bible, so-called the Garden of Eden. Is that too deep? Is that too deep? Is that too much? Because I can reel myself back and go slower because I'm getting to a point. The point is when I was thinking about this guy, all this twin energy we've been seeing everywhere, like beating us over the skull for the last few months in our studies. What does this fucking shit mean with all this heavy ass, not even subtle, heavy ass Gemini twin shit everywhere? What does this mean? Like, what's the point? I don't get it. What's the point? Right? And so I was like, okay, maybe we need to be looking at this shit instead of metaphorically, literally. If she says, I'm the first and the last, I am the beginning and the end, I'm the Alpha and the Omega, and C, because they say, Oya is what? The remover of veils, the revealer of secrets. They call her the guardian of revelations, right? So I was like, all right. And y'all don't even have to believe in Oya. Y'all know that's what Scorpio does. That's what she governs. She governs the planet Pluto. Scorpio is about shining the light on that shit, being honest and shining the light on all the shit, everything hid in the dark. That's all y'all, right? And so I'm saying, okay, today, I'm saying, okay, we went through this shit. Okay, Revelation, if we was to go backwards, that would explain why this little small sect of astrologers say, nope, we're actually going into the age of Gemini. We're not going into the age of Aquarius. We're going into the age of Gemini. And this is why. And if she say this, that we need to start in, that we start at the last to become the first or whatever, baby, let me tell you what happened. I'm sitting here really dealing with this because I'm trying to simplify. I ain't trying to make shit more cryptic, more hard to understand. I'm always trying to see the through. I'm like, okay, I get all the shit you pouring down in my skull. I need this shit to be simple. Okay. I need to simplify. I need to be able to articulate it in a way that people can say, oh, yeah, that makes so much sense. How come ain't nobody else said that? So let me tell you what happened. I have been obsessing for a couple of weeks now about every time, without even trying, I talk about like a leg by a shoe as a twin. Remember, because that's the thing we've all been talking about is this twin energy shit. And like, oh my God, a shoe, a leg by, aka Mercury, right? The planet Mercury, the mythological character Hermes, and he was, quote, Hermes was what? A hermaphrodite, right? He was the one that in order to get the secrets of his mother, he dressed like a woman to invade the temple. You feel me? So we was talking about this twin energy, either the twins in the one or the two twins that represent the two poles, right? So, okay, that's how I got on that because a shoe is Mercury. Oya is Pluto. And I was like, I kept seeing all these similarities in the language that I never seen before. I was like, damn, that sounds just like Oya, but we talking about a leg by. Like, damn, that sounds just like Oya, but we talking about a shoe, right? So I said, you know what? Let me just make a little box. I'll show you my little box. See right here? I said, let me just make a little box and like draw all the similarities between Oya and a shoe. And I ain't done, but this is just what I started with. And so, and it's so obvious. That's what I'm saying. We get so deep that we miss the obvious. So listen, okay? Oya, who is the planet Pluto, a leg by a shoe, who is the planet Mercury. Okay? This is their relationship with one another. All right? Oya is said to what? Govern the spaces in between. She is responsible for what? Transformation and transition, right? When you take your last breath in this body, she assists in your transition to the ancestral realm. She helps walk you to the ancestral realm, right? The moment that the sperm penetrates the egg, you can see the piece of electrical light. This is said to be the spark of Oya, right? She's there at the very beginning. She's there at the very end. The reason she's there at the very end is because they say, and the beginning for this matter, that they focus on her relationship to death. And they say the reason that she's there at the end is because of the 401 Orisha. She is the only one that, quote, has 1 foot in the terrestrial realm and 1 foot in the ancestral realm or the spiritual realm. This place in between that she straddles, right? Well, what do they say about Mercury, aka Hermes, aka Eshu Alegba? Is that Eshu Alegba, Hermes, Mercury's is what? They're most, that planet is most defined as the most we hear is that they are the messenger to the gods, right? In every last one of these archetypes, they the messenger to the god, right? To the gods, right? What does this translate to? What did I tell you about Jesus? Jesus says that there is no way to the Father but through me. That's why he's always pictured at the heart. There's why there's always a cross at the heart for Jesus, right? It's because the cross is the crossroads, just like with a leg by a shoe. The heart represents the crossroads between the earthly chakra and the heavenly chakra. The heart being right between the 3 below and the 3 above, the heart is the crossroads. Crossroads, just like Oya. Oya is there at those major periods of transition, even if it's the transition between each breath, your inhale and your exhale. You feel me? She's there at every single transition. A shoe is there in this transition, this crossroads decision making transition between the earthly realm and the heavenly realm, or your earthly chakras and your heavenly chakras, right? I was like, damn, okay, cool. But let me tell you, I was like, okay, we still talking about either the mythologies associated with planets or the planets themselves, right? That these stories that we tell about the planets and their behavior is about the scientific relationship between us, Earth, and our heavenly siblings, okay? But I was also like, okay, I'm still not being literal enough. I said, I'm being super esoteric and I'm trying to bring in the science, but I'm still being too, I'm not being literal enough. So listen, okay? The last shall be the first, and the first shall be the last. The Alpha and the Omega. What is it? The Alpha and the Omega. The beginning and the end. The first and the last is literal. It's literal. It's literal. I've been to. It's literal. Mercury is the first planet in our solar system. Mercury is the first planet in our solar system. Pluto is the last planet in our solar system. Pluto is the last. Mercury is the first. Not only that, because I know some of y'all got an attitude. Well, Pluto ain't really a planet. It was reduced to a dwarf planet. Okay, that's fine. Guess how many dwarf planets there are? If you want to stick with that story that Pluto is no longer a planet, she is a dwarf planet. Guess what? If she was a main planet in the main solar system, she would be the number 9th planet. If you say she is a dwarf planet, so you reject the fact that she's one of our primary planets, that's fine. Because guess what? She is number 1 amidst the 9 outer planets. She's the first and the last. Pluto, the actual planet. She is the last in our solar system as we know it with our greats, and she is the first in the dwarf planets that are the extended outer planets of our dwarf planets of our solar system. Like actually literal. And so say you want to stick with her as the last in this solar system. What is the thing that we say about 1 through 9? Right? 1 is the beginning of this journey, and 9 is remnants, lessons from each one. She embodies all the other 8 numbers that come before the number 9. That's the energy of the number 9, is that it embodies, quote, the lessons of all the planets, that it becomes the total picture of the numbers that came before it. So it's not a contradiction either way. If you say Mercury as the what do they call Mercury? The psychopomp. Mercury, but not only is Mercury a psychopomp, Pluto is a psychopomp. I'm talking about mythologically. A psychopomp is like a go-between. So what they usually associate a psychopomp with is one who doesn't have an opinion either way, right? They just help you in this transition from one state to another, whether it's death transition from one place to another, from one personification to another, you feel me? From flesh to spirit once you transition, or from spirit to flesh once you are, quote, conceived and are born. This is still very go-between energy, messenger energy, right? But I was like, damn, this shit is actually literal. This shit is actually literal. Mercury is the first planet. Pluto is the last planet. Their archetypes are almost exactly the same all the way down. Mercury is considered an androgyne. It is Hermes who, quote, dressed like a female to invade Aphrodite's temple, because males were forbidden to enter the temple and to learn this, quote, the goddess's secrets. And so her son, her, quote, consort, invaded the temple, but the only way that he could do that was to dress like a female to get the secrets from the temple. This is the story of Hermes. This is why we call people who are born with both reproductive organs, whether internal or external, we call them hermaphrodites. They engender both, right? Um, so that's, but again, Pluto, aka Oya, is called the Great Androgyne, the bearded lady, right? She who wears pants to go into battle, blah, 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 blah. She who has the mask for the occasion, right? Um, we are even talking about the mask. What was the main thing that we kept talking about with Mercury, aka Eshu Elegba? The Elegba Eshu is always pictured with his face split in half, one side red, one side black, or sometimes one side white, one side black. That this is where we get the story of the jester of the court in Europe, all later down the line, because Eshu is also called the trickster, right? But his tricks are based on this split personification, the Legba personification as the baby, as the child that just wants to play and have fun and do all the fun things and eat all the food and drink all the drink and And if you don't appease the baby, then the baby becomes Eshu, the trickster, the punisher, the judge, right? Is this not Oya's same personification as she who is the owner of the mask? Right? She can either be wearing the mask to turn up, to go to the ball, to go to the dance, or she can be wearing, quote, the mask to reveal her enemies. You see? Um, they both govern transitions and changes. Doesn't that make sense? Mercury is the first planet. Pluto is the last planet. So any major changes would happen between them. Transitions, right? Yeah. So that's what I wanted to say about that. But then, how long have I been on here? Damn, 2 hours already? But then it got me on another thing, right? It got me on this thing. The reason that I went back to that is because, let me not. Okay. So if everything that we've been talking about, right, are stories, because that's what they are. And that's to me is like the deep work, is to draw all of these things together. Every last one of these stories are a mythological, anthropomorphized story each culture tells about their very real, scientific, mathematically observable relationship to the, quote, seven lights in the sky, or the seven great stars in the sky. What are the seven great stars in the sky? It's Mercury, Venus, our moon, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. Those are the seven stars of ancient astrology. It was those objects that you could see with the naked eye in the sky, right? And so, if that is the case, and every story we've ever heard is an astrological story tied to observable astronomical events, every story that exists is tied to our relationship to the heavens, because we in heaven too, right? Then I was like, damn, then who are the fates? Like, what is the astrological, what's the astrological astronomical relationship of the story of the fates to an identifiable observed relationship to the universe, right? like um like the other day when I was having that fit, when I was talking about, and I didn't even get deep into that, but when I was talking about the movie Host, and I was going off because I was like, yeah, that movie, it's crazy because I'm in medical school, I know all this shit, and it never occurred to me till the second time I saw the movie, and how the movie is about the vagus nerve. I was like, oh my God, that's crazy. And I'm gonna have to tell y'all about that. And then in that moment, I was like, oh my God, it's about so much more than the vagus nerve. How did I fucking miss this? But all this time, up until that moment, that was my position, was the movie was about the vagus nerve. And then, and what I didn't tell y'all, but like, because of the nature of the vagus nerve, how the vagus nerve behaves, this story called Host, being about, quote, aliens taking over human consciousness, right? And the taking over of human consciousness being a metaphor of aliens coming from other places and the humans are the hosts for the little alien takeover. And I'm like, oh yeah, this story is about the vagus nerve, and it is. But the vagus nerve, as the great wanderer, I was like, oh my God, in that moment. And I haven't dug deep, but I know it's the case. If everything is about our relation, not just our relationship to observable scientific mathematical phenomena in the heaven based on our relationship to these seven greats that we can see with our naked eye, not only that, but again, that relationship that we have with those planets, those observable structures in the ancient time that we can see with the naked eye, that they are always a direct reflection of what is happening in us all the time. Their behavior is mirrored in a microcosmic way in real identifiable, mathematical, scientifically observable time. The vagus nerve. And so the epiphany that I had, even talking about the fates, I was like, well, damn, if every story is about astronomy, then who are the fates? And if that is the case, and the fates can be reflected in some way in the heavens, which I haven't figured out yet, then who are the fates within us? Because we mirror the universe. So who are the fates within us? Is it some organs? Is it three of the chakras? Like, who are the fates within our body? If we're having this breakthrough where we can see now that every single one of us is an ongoing, not static, not stationary, an ongoing, like, reflection of what's always happening in the universe, and not in some esoteric way, not in some esoteric, in fucking real time, in real time. So I'm thinking about this girl in the movie in the vagus nerve as a metaphor for the aliens and shit. And I was like, oh my God. I instantly thought of every single alien movie I can think of. And the aliens always come to Earth from where? From where? Where they come from? The nearest star system to us, the star Vega. The star Vega, which is the second brightest observable structure in our universe. I said, God damn. Every alien movie, remember the movie Contact, where they say they got a message and they're going to send somebody in the machine that the aliens then gave them the instructions to build. And that, I got to watch that shit again too. God damn it. That shit, and it is like, it's not an actual ship that's going pew, to space. That the machine was, the directions for the construction of the machine was about dimensional travel, because she was gone for a long time from her perspective. But they said, nope, it just passed right through. You was gone literally a few seconds. It must not have worked. She's like, it absolutely did work. I was gone for like 16 hours. Right? But the directions for the building of the damn spaceship, or the dimension ship, as a better term, came from the planet, well, a planet that circles around the star Vega. I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. That is our vagus nerve. Is probably what our vagus nerve is named after, truth be told, because of her behavior, our vagus nerve, because of what she does and how she behaves, the vagus nerve, which I'll eventually talk to y'all about. But it's the nearest star system to us. It's only 20, what is it, 25? Is it 20? I thought I wrote it down. Is it 25 light years? It's longer than that. No, I think I'm right. I think it's only 25 light years away from us. Let's see. Vega, the brightest star in the constellation Lyra. Oh, it ain't even that far. It's 2.5 light years away from the sun. 2.5 light years away from our sun. 2.5 light years away from Vega, from our sun. Anyway, so just being like, okay, thinking, like trying to bridge things together. So I bought some small poster boards. I'm gonna try to get on for y'all because I feel like all of this that seems unrelated will make more sense to you when I can do like I do with the big poster boards and like walk you through an image what I'm talking about, because there's one more connecting thing, and this is how I'm going to wrap up for tonight because I'm tired and I'm hungry. Two things that I'm going to wrap up with tonight. Okay. There's also another theme. I haven't worked it out yet. Why and like what it means in the heavens and what it means in our bodies. I think I'm on the precipice of it, but I'm not going to speak prematurely. But there's another consistent theme that comes up in a lot of mythologies, like from different places, from different cultures. And the theme is about infanticide, or the threat of infanticide. Moses having to be hidden, in a little stream, to be set down a stream. What's the other one? Not just Moses. Jesus, Mary having to run out into the wilderness to have her baby in a barn because of the threat of infanticide. Oedipus being sent off as an infant because his father receives. As a matter of fact, that sounds like Zeus' story. Oedipus being sent away by his father. Actually, his father ordered him killed, but his caretaker was like, I ain't gonna kill no baby. I'll just hide the baby and take him far, far away. And that way the prophecy won't come true. It was a prophecy that, oh my God. Same story over and over and over again. It was a prophecy that each one, oh my God. I think I'm on it. Each one of these looming, coming infanticides were preceded by a prophecy. Most times you aren't told where the prophecy came from, just that this person in a position of power received a prophecy that his children would rise up against him and kill him or overthrow him. And so to prevent his overthrow, because he is hog tied to power, I got to work this out. I feel like I'm right on the brink. But anyway, all of these stories, many stories of the, the king gone mad, or the ruler, the emperor, whoever he is gone mad. He gets some ambiguous prophecy that says, some prophecy that says that one of his children is gonna be his downfall, gonna kill him. Fuck. Yeah, this is an ongoing thing. One of his kids gonna overthrow him, and so he has to kill the kid. But somehow the kid gets hidden. This is an ongoing theme. Somehow the kid gets hidden and saved and grows up and vows revenge and overthrows his father and becomes the new king. This story is replete. Uranus, the story of Uranus, or quote Kronos, who his sons Hades, Pluto, and Pluto, or Hades is Pluto, Hades, Poseidon, and Zeus. No, I'm wrong. Uranus is first, and he's a Titan, and he is overthrown by his son Saturn, and then yes, and then Saturn is overthrown by Hades, Poseidon, and Zeus. Zeus becomes the chief of the three. You feel me? And they run three realms. Zeus runs heaven, and Hades runs the underworld, and Neptune or Poseidon runs the water deep. Okay, then so Saturn overturns or kills his father Uranus, and then in turn, Saturn eats his kids, but he swallows them whole. He ain't like chew them up or nothing. He swallows them whole, so they still alive because they immortals. And then Zeus, he gets away because his mama hides him and has him nursed by a she-goat in the mountains until he grow up. And then he get up and he gives his father a rock to swallow or something, and then punches him in the stomach or something like that, and then he throws up all of his siblings. And after he throws up all of his siblings, he quote kills his father by holding him hostage in like Tartarus or something, whatever, and he becomes the chief dude of heaven. Feel me? And then we see the movie Chaos, right, with Jeff Goldblum. We saw that a few months ago. And this story is about Jeff Goldblum as Zeus, who is now afraid that he is going to be overthrown. But what his prophecy says is that he is going to be overthrown by humans, not by his children, but by humans. Fascinating. Fascinating, because this story says he is going to be overthrown by humans, not by his children. Okay. And then, so the infanticide thing, and like in the literal way, and it not just that, all throughout the Bible, you see these stories of infanticide, right? Moses, Jesus, what's his name? Abraham about to go and take his favorite son up to the mountain and slay him to make an offering out of him. Like you see this whole question of like infanticide throughout both the Old and the New Testament. So New Testament. So I'm trying to figure out literally this story of infanticide by one who is in power. What is the astrological story that ties to this theme of infanticide and the possession of power, or the madness of power that would have one devour their children for fear of losing power? Oh, but you know what? I know exactly what it is. The reason these males kept repeating this story is because the pre-patriarchal story was of the mother. The mother, she who creates and she who devours. What is the creation process? Coming out of your mother's body. What is the devouring process? What did they call her devouring? Was to be buried in the ground. The metaphor was that the hole in the ground through which, or the hole in the cave through which the person was, quote, returned to the mother. Why was the hole in the ground called, why was their burial seen as devouring? Because just like your actual birth mama, they called her vagina a mouth. Didn't they call it that? They called it the mouth of the fish or the mouth of the serpent, right? And so you dig a hole in the ground, they saw this as synonymous with their mother's vagina, which was either if you was coming in, meaning if you was being born from your mother, that is the mouth of the open fish. If you as a male were entering a woman for sexual ecstasy, that was being seen as being, quote, engulfed in the mouth of the serpent. And so they saw you going into this hole in the ground as being devoured by your mother. And in the patriarchal changing of that story, it became this sinister, gruesome thing, like, quote, the painting by Francisco Goya, Saturn devours his children. And isn't it ironic that Saturn has a lion head, which was always seen as synonymous with the pre-patrial goddesses like Kali and Durga and Sekhmet, and on and on and on and on and on. That's what it is. That's why the infanticide stories. That's why. I know it's deeper than that, but that's why. That's exactly why. Okay, and then okay, so two more things, and then I'm gonna leave y'all alone. Okay, but I'm glad I worked that out loud because I was getting stuck. Okay, um, I'm gonna, if I remember, I ain't even gonna promise, but I'm gonna try to remember to attach this link to this video that I saw today. That was really, really, it was really fantastic. It was one of those AI generated stories, like a retelling, but the story was about um, the Kemetic deity Thoth, Thoth, versus a shoe. Thoth versus a shoe. This was the AI generated story about the archetype of Thoth and the archetype of a shoe. It's probably going to be it's a longer one, but it's probably going to be a transcript that I print out to read to you guys. It was great. I don't say great often. It was great. It was great. It was great. The juxt. It was it was actually quite phenomenal. It was it was quite phenomenal. It was really it was really fucking phenomenal. Even as I'm talking to you right now about, you know, being more literal, right? Because there's two things I want to talk to you about, but I don't want to do them. I want to do them justice because they're connected to everything that I've talked to you about tonight. One is about this the black box conspiracy, right? The black box conspiracy. I know you've all at least minimally heard about the black box conspiracy, right? And also I want to talk to you about this other video I saw today that was like decoding popular symbols associated with quote the devil or demonic practices or whatever. And the name of the name of the piece is called something to the I'll link it to something to the effect of um, what if the Bible wasn't actually a book of stories, but it was a book of witchcraft? What if every story that you read in the Bible was um, actually a metaphor conduct powerful spells? And then he runs he runs down the line that quote is supposed to support this idea that the Bible is a grimoire, that it is a spell book, and the reason that the stories were told the way that they were was to keep secrets from only quote to keep secrets from the masses so that only the initiate could understand what was being said in these metaphorical stories in the Bible. And then he points out the scriptures that in his mind are the evidence of biblical spell castings, in particular, um, the Levitical Jews of the Old Testament. And it was like when he talked about the 666, because I've heard all kinds of scenarios about 666. You know, some people say that the mark of the beast, the 666, is the makeup of the melanin of the darkest skinned people on the earth. That the 666 is the whatever. Everybody got a story about what 666 is. His explanation that I have never heard before, I was like, oh my God, that's what it is. That's what it is. And how? How in the fuck did, because it's so simple. All the conspiracy theory stuff about the 666 and the 666 and the 666 and the child, when he said the 666 was, I was like, oh, oh my God. When I hidden the fuck in kindergartenish plain sight, I said, God, I was up in here tweaking, okay? So he talked about the 666, and after he went into this whole wormhole about the Bible being a grimoire, spell book, whatever, then there was another video right after it about the truth about the black box, or the truth you were never told about the black box. I was like, damn, am I gonna not get any work done today? Let me get up in this shit. It was the most excellent explanation of the true secrets of the black box. It was virtually poetic. It was, now let me just say, though it was virtually poetic, unfortunately, it was still from a male centered perspective and worldview. So, we, knowing what we know about Saturn, about the relationship to the black box, about, the last golden age and all of that, you feel me? About what we know, even in our astrological deep dive of the mythological story about Saturn, that was once, quote, Kronos, who was actually given a sex change by what? Males, right? Because Kronos, the ultimate bad guy who, quote, devours his children, is actually great grandmother Crone. That's what her name was during the last golden age. Great grandmother Crone turned Kronos turned Saturn, right? So it's interesting because he even talks about the Saturnian deities of, those ages prior to. Yes, I'm familiar with that one too, Universal Faith. But even still, this explanation, because again, even when you talk about the six protons, the six electrons, and the six neutrons, the 666 that make up the human being, even still, it is not different than what this guy is saying. But from the macro that you mentioned to from the micro, which you mentioned, to the macro, which would be us, to the great macro, which would be our relationships to these planets. Boom, 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 boom. The quote, as above, so below, as within, so without, da 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 da. Right. So what he said is in relationship to what you're saying, but because I've heard that too. But this specific thing that he is the first time I've heard this about 666, and it's so obvious. I gagged. It's so obvious. I was like, oh, "What the fuck?" I was making jewelry, and I heard him say what he said. I said, "Wait, what the fuck? Oh my god, how did I not see that?" I literally drew the picture right away. I'm gonna show you the picture so I don't leave y'all hanging, because I know y'all be out here clowning me if I just leave y'all hanging. But I didn't want to go that deep because I have more that I have to add to it, especially since I just finished watching the black box thing that has to be added to the 666 thing, that has to be added from the perspective of we females, because again, both these stories were told through the perspective of males, which in this period is still limited. That patriarchal centered understanding of the world is always going to limit how deep they can go or how far they can go, because it never occurs to them. It never occurs to them, even in the retelling of these stories. It never occurs to them to bring in the divine feminine and the role that she must play, the historical role of her subduing and disappearance in these very real conversations about the 666, the black box. They just default to the old patriarchal line that is seemingly the absolute opposite of like the Jesus line. So it's the Satan as the Saturnian, but they stop right there at Satan. You feel me? But still, so let me show you. Those were the two things that I wanted to drop on you, like just as like a little nugget before we go deeper, was the black box and the 666. So this is a hyper ultra simplification, but we've been on this for some time. Remember, I was explaining to you early on, 3 years ago, something like that, 4 years ago, about this thing with Jesus being Eshu, and Eshu's name is actually in the Jesus. ESUJ and S on the end. Eshu is Jesus, right? And I showed you that. Let me just redraw it for those of you who may not have seen it. But I showed you that when talking about the relationship between these archetypes, Eshu, Jesus, right? Both of them being representatives of, quote, the owners of the crossroads. That's why you always see your little Jesus, right? With a cross in his heart. And then you got ESU, and E5 predates Christianity, but you got ESU, right? As Eshu, the owner of the crossroads, which is the heart. And then all you got to do is been literally hidden in plain sight. All you got to do is add a J on one end and an S on the other. So that's how I always drew it for you when I was teaching it to you. Was you got Eshu, the owner of the crossroads, right? And then you got J and S on the end. You got Jesus right there hidden in plain sight, but not just like on the other on my YouTube. Okay, so y'all see Jesus and Eshu right there in the beginning. And so when Jesus says in the Bible that there is no way to the Father but through me, he meant that. The Father is supposedly in heaven, and y'all humans, y'all little lowly seals is down here in the earthly material realm. And so he says, there is no way to the higher realm but through me, the heart, right? So this is, and then what also the crossroads of the heart represents. And I explain this both from the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine, of Ayurvedic, Hindu chakra theory, and with traditional Chinese medicine specifically. When I was talking to you about about the relationships between the elements and how this plays out, that the crossroads aren't just your heart. The crossroads is an actual, let me see, damn, it's crazy. The crossroads is an actual metaphor also for what? The sun. The S-U-N. The sun. Why? Think about the struggle between Horus and Set. When the sun is born, when the sun is born, rises from the horizon, when the sun is born, right? How do you know the sun is born? Because he peaks past the horizon. When the sun dies, it means Set is victorious. When the sun sets, it means Set, his brother, is victorious. But this is a story about the same dude. The sun as Jesus, the sun as Eshu, the sun, whatever, right? But this is not just a metaphor about Horus or Set, because what is this? Oh, and then let me say, um, um, okay. So what does, man, this light is crazy. What does the these 7 chakras represent. It represents you. The chakras represent you, right? Man, ugh. Let's see if this will help. Nope, that's not. That's too dark. Let's see. Okay, maybe that's a little better. Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, so these chakras is you, right? These chakras is you. And this line at the crossroads represents heaven, is the earth or the heavenly chakras. These upper chakras are the quote heavenly chakras or the spiritual chakras, right? Or the yang, right? Everything above the heart is considered yang or the yang aspect of your body. Everything below the horizon, it gets a bad rep. It's your flesh, it's your matter, it's the underworld, right? These are your earthly chakras. Okay. These are considered your masculine chakras. These are considered your feminine chakras. And there you are at the crossroads. Okay. Now, the other thing about this that we talked about was about the heart also being the moment, your heart or the heart being a representation of the moment that you come down to earth, just like Jesus did, right? That Jesus is supposedly God, but that he had to come down to earth to take a physical form. Okay, so the heart the heart also represents the moment that you that crossroads between birth and death. Now, I know this is going to get a little complicated, but same with the actual sun, because you are the sun. Each individual is a reflection, quote, of the sun manifest in the flesh, right? And so Horus is born, which is backwards, by the way. But anyway, Horus is born when the sun rises. Horus dies when the sun sets. Now, what does it mean, born and death? Because we also know that this symbol, the reason why the devil, Set, is always seen as a serpent or a snake or a dragon, right? And then Horus, or his good personification, is always seen as what? We talked about this for a long time. Is always seen as the Jesus fish, right? Jesus fish. Sometimes you'll see the Jesus fish with like a little cross on it, like that. Okay. So you got the Jesus fish, and then you got Set as the serpent, snake, dragon. But I just told you, Set and Horus are the same in 2 different personifications. When, quote, the sun rises in the morning with the promise of bright light, we say that the sun is, the sun is born. The sun is born. All them church songs about the sun is born. The sun is born, right? That's Jesus. But it's interesting because we are looking at this like a fish that's going up, right? But what we're actually looking at, this freaking reflection is dumb. What we're actually looking at is not a fish or the sacred fish. Let me put it like that. What we're actually looking at is the sacred fish. I can't do this backwards. In the sacred fish, keep that mental image in your mind. What we're actually looking at when we look at the sacred fish with a cross on it, we're actually looking at what I told you earlier. This glare is crazy. Let me see if I can do this different. Nope, that didn't help. What we're actually, oh shit. Oh, that's better though. What we're actually looking at, see that little fish I just drew for you guys? See that little fish? What we're actually looking at is the open, quote, fish mouth of the birthing mother whose son is coming out with his thousand petal lotus, or his head chakra, the crossroads of his head, being the first thing that sees light. His head being the first thing that sees light. This is the mother in the birthing position. See her little butt cheeks there, her little legs spread. What we're actually looking at when we see the Jesus fish is what they used to call the sacred fish, is the mother's open vagina. The mouth of the sacred fish is the open mouth of the mother's sacred fish that delivereth. This is the mouth as it is delivering the baby, right? This is the good mouth, because it's the heavenly mouth that allows spirit to take form. You feel me? This, the serpent, the dragon, I had this drawn out last time. The serpent, the dragon, the snake is the evil mouth. This is the evil mouth, because once you become a material force, meaning you're down here in the material realm, in the lower chakras, and this vagina is still a mouth. But when it's delivering the son, it's the sacred mouth. It's the sacred fish. When the son is attempting to go back into the mouth as the serpent, the mouth as the serpent, the son penetrating the mouth of the serpent, meaning he getting some vajayjay, he getting some pussy, right? The mouth of the serpent is when that's evil is when this son is attempting to re-enter, where the Christians are concerned, the wrong way. That the only time this process is sacred is when she's giving birth to a sacred seed. But when that male child is going into the vagina of one that is like his mother, going into the mouth of one that is like his mother, this process is considered evil. It's the mouth of the open serpent, the enveloper, the devourer. This is the devourer aspect. Okay? Now, keep that in mind. The Satan, the serpent, the dragon, the snake is the devourer. It's the enveloper. It's the evil aspect of this open portal between your mama legs. You feel me? Now, when your mama giving birth and it's painful, according to Christians, that's great. You deserve to experience pain for the rest of your life for that evil shit your great grandmama did, Eve. You deserve pain in childbirth. That's the only value you have. But to experience ecstasy in the process of creating that child is sinful. You feel me? That the only thing you deserve is pain, bitch. Feel me? Okay. Now, why is this important where the 666 is concerned? Let me freaking bring my lamp back up. Man, oh, damn it. All right. Why is this important? So I'm going to draw this again, but I had to give y'all a little background. Okay? Because if the 666 is the representation, it's the who was it? It was Judas Priest, I think. 666, the number of the beast. Let me tell you, I got to do that damn live. I got to do the breakdown because of this like grand sleight of hands manipulation by these religious institutions, because all the bands I was telling you about that the guy was saying, let me write that down so I don't forget it. that he was saying 20 bands you didn't know were Christian, 20 hardcore bands you didn't know were Christians. I said, what the what? And they thinking about all this. 666 is the number of the beast. Ah! All that shit. What's up, buddy? Okay, there you go. I had to adjust my light. But anyway, this sleight of hands. I told you every monster ever created was created by your church. They need the enemy. They created the devil. They get all these hardcore bands of thinking you a rebel out here, child, and you are not a rebel. Why? Because Jesus and the devil are the same. That's what I just showed you. That's what I just showed you on that chakra shit. Jesus and the devil are the same. They're one and the same. They're one and the same. Split apart, split apart, split apart. Right? That's all this twin energy shit we've been talking about for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. Split apart is the problem. They are one and the same, but split apart from each other, like the yin and yang. It's the same. It's the dual in the one. It's the twins in the one. It's the dual personification. It's the shadow and the light. It's the This is all of us. We're both Christ and the devil. That's this shit that I'm about to show y'all. We are both Christ and the devil. We're both man. Each one of us are both masculine and feminine. We are both divine feminine and sacred masculine. We are both, all of us. Not only both, we represent the poles and all of the variants in between. We are the poles of black and white and all of the variances in between. We are both masculine and feminine and all the variances and possibilities in between. We are both light and dark. And the separation or the perceived, just like I was telling y'all in traditional Chinese medicine, the perceived antagonisms between these poles is what has imprisoned us, is what has held us hostage. This is deep because we get, let me not digress too far. So I'm gonna redraw the little symbol I just drew for you, but without all the little extra explanations. But keep the little serpentine, Satan, dragon shit in your head. And you might need to keep the serpentine, snake, dragon shit in your head as the pleasurable mouth. You understand? The return from earth to heaven. You understand? And the open mouth of the fish as the descent from heaven to earth. Do you understand? Is the open mouth of the serpent is your ascent, your ascent into heaven from the lower chakras to the higher chakras. Goddamn. You feel me? And the open mouth of the fish, what's the common denominator? Is your mama's open vagina. Okay? It is the mother, and it is her divine space and portal through which, even if you LGBTQIA and you don't like vaginas, even if you don't like vaginas sexually, recognizing that thing that is the same in you, being that we both embody in the one, the divine masculine, the divine feminine and the sacred masculine, that even if you do not like to have sex with vaginas, that the process is still mirrored in you and can be mirrored in your partner based on your perspective. Remember me saying about the oxytocin and its dual, its polar presentations based on your perspective, based on your perspective. Do you understand what I'm saying? All right. So keep them two mouths in your cipher while I write this again to talk to you about, because Faith mentioned, okay, so I was telling you about like melanin, 666 is the mark of the beast, and Faith was like, yeah, but what about the 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons? Yes, That's right. That's right. But let me add one more down, two more down in here. Okay. Because he had two perspectives about the 666. Right? He gave you the rudimentary perspective. I'm going to give you the goddess centered perspective. You feel me? Baby, let me tell you what the 666 is. So I'm going to circle. Let me see if I can find some different colors to use. Maybe that will be helpful. Yes. Yes. Yeah, let's do that. Let's try that. Okay. This shit is going to fuck y'all up. Now, he was very rudimentary. I'm adding my genius to his very kindergartenist presentation. All right. So deep, though. All right. So we're going to use our red marker first. We're talking about chakras. All right. So I'm going to draw for you the first of the 3 6s. All right. The first of the 3 6s is your lower 3 chakras. That's as far as he got. That's as far as he got. Now I'm gonna put y'all on game about why. Because it's only 3. So why would this be 6? It's only 3 chakras. Why would this be 6? Anyone? It's a simple question. Anybody want to venture again? Because he stopped there. That's where he stopped. So somebody tell me why 3 chakras would represent the first 6, the first of the 3 6s. Somebody tell me that. Can somebody tell me that? Based is not based on anything other than what we've been talking about specifically for the last 2 weeks. Somebody tell me why then 3 chakras would be considered the first 6 in the number of the beast. Why y'all be timid on here? So you get it wrong. So you get it right. Why y'all be timid on here? Y'all act like the little kid in the classroom who's scared, who think they know, but not really sure that they know. And so they kind of raise their hand and then they kind of, I don't really know. Okay, let me just tell you. Because what did I tell you yesterday? What did I tell you today about oxytocin? Because no. It's a good try, but no. It's simpler than that. It's simpler than that, goddess essence energy. So you probably knew the answer and walked yourself back. You probably knew the answer and probably walked yourself back. Thank you, Lisa J. That's about as close as I think y'all are gonna get. So she said they are positive and negative. My answer is going to be a little simpler than that, but yours is a version of what I am going to tell you. Queen B, yes, y'all too, Lisa J and Queen and QB, y'all are the closest. Duality, positive, negative, but even simpler than that. Because what did I tell you yesterday about the chakras? When I was telling you about the story about the throat chakra, and everybody think their heart chakras was actually fucked up, and their heart chakra might be symptomatic, but their heart chakra 99% of the time is doing what it's doing because of blocked throat chakra. Remember me telling y'all that, right? And I said, so what does it mean when somebody say their throat chakra is blocked? Because all we think about is the esoterics. But when you talk about the chakras, the ancient physicians in India, we're talking about physical, diagnosable, chemical, hormonal imbalances. For the lay people, it's chakras and energy and the flow of energy. What does that mean in scientific terms, right? When you look at your endocrine system, each hormone produced by your endocrine system has polar responses and then a variance between the extremes, right? But the poles are what we usually recognize. The poles are what we're usually, are you deficient or are you in excess or are you just right, right? Several, I was trying to think if it's all of them. Let's see. Yes. Yes. That is yes. And that yes. Yes. That is debatable. Yes, maybe. And these two I think are debatable. I have to confirm on that. But the reason, even more basic than what y'all thought, what y'all said. What y'all said is fine. What y'all said is not wrong. Again, it is two different ways to express the same idea that I am about to express in yet another way, right? Each one of your chakras represents an endocrine gland. Each one of your chakras represents an endocrine gland or sometimes two endocrine glands, but each chakra represents an endocrine gland and all of the functions that those particular glands are responsible for maintaining a harmonious endocrine system. Okay, so here at the root chakra, you have you have shit. What you have? Oh, you have your adrenals. Shit. My bad. You have your adrenals. The reason that this three would be the first six is because each one of your endocrine glands has two of the same glands. Each one has two of the same glands. For example, whether in so your root chakra corresponds in Chinese medicine with your adrenals. The two little fatty caps that sit on top of each one of your kidneys. You got two kidneys, you need two adrenals, right? There are two little baby caps that look like little caps on an acorn. You got two little baby caps that sit on top of your two kidneys. There you go. You got two adrenals. Second is your gonads. Whether you are female or whether you are male, you have whether you are born female or male, you have two gonads. For males, it is your two testes. Yay. For females, it is your two ovaries. Yay. You have two. You have two. For the quote solar plexus, right? These are your digestive endocrine glands. And these are the pancreas. The pancreas is a complicated one because you don't have two pancreases, but the pancreases have two functions, right? The pancreas has two functions: a hormonal function, and a digestive function that's seen out, that's not endocrine. It's considered, oh, what's the word? It's uh it has both hay has both an excretory function and like an endocrine function, an excretory function, if that's the right word, excretory function and an endocrine function. So it excretes a digestive enzyme, but it also produces endogenously, however you explain that, it's been many, many years since my basic biology. But anyway, and then you have the hormonal action of the hormonal action. So it has dual function, though it is not a dual gland. But I think I'm missing something. So it's the pancreas as an endocrine gland, and wait. It's another one. Hold on. It's fuck. It's fuck. It's not the duodenum. What is it? I'll tell you how tomorrow. Two dual function as the digestive hormones. I'll refresh my memory tomorrow. But still, dual function, even though it's not dual organs, dual function in the solar plexus. Then you have the heart. The heart is the so I'll just write it down because it's not a part. I'll tell you. So the heart is the gland, the endocrine gland that correlates with the heart. I think I spelled that wrong. Yeah, there it is. Okay, is the can y'all see that? It's the thymus gland. It's the thymus gland. Okay, and the thymus gland is about right here, and it too looks like a little lump of fat surrounding the esophagus. Okay, that's the thymus gland. So even though it's considered one, the way it spans out and hugs both sides, it looks like a little mutant butterfly. Okay, that's the thymus gland. You go up to the throat chakra, and that houses the thyroid gland, but it too is special because they actually call the thyroid gland the butterfly gland. It's right here at your throat. You can feel it, right? But it's special because even though it looks like it has two wings, they call this the butterfly gland. But what makes it two in one is because inside the thyroid gland, you have the parathyroid gland. So two in one. Inside the thyroid is the parathyroid gland. The parathyroid gland. And I won't explain to you what it does, but it's pretty awesome. And then you have the third eye. Now, the third eye. So there is some debate among a lot of people about the two chakras, the third eye and the sahasrara, the crown chakra. There are varying schools of thought about these two, but they are also it's like tomato as far as I'm concerned. Okay, because so you have your third eye, which is the pineal gland, right? And we call it the third eye. One, you have a little pine cone that if you were, what do they call it? The what is it called? It's called the optical is it called? I think it's called the optical. Oh, it's right on this. I think it's called the optical chiasm. Is it called the chiasm? I'll have to research that one too. The optical chiasm, but we're just gonna call it the optical chiasm for tonight. But what that means is, it's like you got two eyeballs, right? And these eyeballs have optic nerves that go into the brain. But once they go in, they cross like that. So them nerves, they go into your head and they cross over. That's the chiasm, the crossing. I think that's right. The chiasm is the crossing where the nerves cross, and that is why your left eye, right, is controlled by your right brain. How does that go? They're crossed. So your left eye is informed by your right brain, and your right eye is informed by your left brain. Okay? Okay. So that's the chiasm. So the optic nerves go in, and at the crossing point, directly behind your eyes. So if you were looking into your head and you could see the optic nerves and they cross right where they cross, right here, we call it the yin tong, this point, right behind your eyes where the nerves cross, right. Fuck. These your eyeballs. Okay. This is the optic nerve. These are the optic nerves. Where the optic nerves cross, right where they cross. So you looking right in between your eyeballs, right where they cross, right behind the crossing point is your pineal gland. This is why they call it the third eye. It's literally right in between your actual eyeballs, right at the point of the optic chiasm. I think that's what they call it, optic chiasm, right? That's where your pineal gland is. Okay. Now, there's only one little pine cone in there. Your pineal gland looks like a little pine cone. There's only one little. I mean, and the reason that they call it an eye, even though it looks like a pine cone, is because it has some of these similar structures within it that your actual eyeball has. Like some of the similar structures in your actual eyeball are in the pineal gland. Okay, now the thing about the pineal gland in the story that I'm telling you about the dual nature of all of your endocrine systems is because this is the point of contention, right? You got your pineal gland, and then you have behind it the pituitary gland. You have the pituitary gland. And then this last part of the endocrine system we call the hypothalamus, though it is not technically a gland. It's considered a part of the endocrine system, though it's not technically a gland. Okay, so there are some schools of thought. I don't know that we got to get this specific about what I'm talking to y'all about, but it's dope anyway. There are some schools of thought that put the hypothalamus, and the hypothalamus is multifunctional, but it has two primary functions in the scenario. But the hypothalamus and the pituitary are sometimes placed together in that dual nature, and sometimes it's just the pituitary and the pineal. Tomato, tomato. That's why I said that. Okay. Now let's get back to the lesson at hand. But that was the point, was that each one of your chakras is typically dual in nature, right? Why? Because each, quote, gland of the chakra typically sits on one of either sides of your spine, child, or your spine. Remember I was telling y'all the other day about the serpent, the kundalini rising, and everywhere the kundalini cross, it lights up a chakra. Every time, where's the chakra lit up at? On your spine. Every time the kundalini move up that spine and cross, there's a chakra lit up. Cross, chakra lit up. Cross, chakra lit up. Feel me? So the spine, which is what? Jacob's ladder. It's the 33 steps that you must go up the spine, choot, right? And so each significant crossing of the spine. Thank you for the donation. Oh, somebody else donated too. I need to shout them out. Hold on. Universal Faith, thank you for the donation. Sage Page, thank you for the donation. Cool. I think I heard a gang of stuff coming through. Let me make sure I ain't missing. GJP, thank you for the donation. Vortex Ninja, thank you for the donation. Ashir Israel, thank you for the purchase. Okay, cool. Okay, caught up. All right. So the reason is because all of this is a metaphor for your actual physical self, your physiology, and your perception of the world around you, so that it can adequately inform your physical experience. Okay. All right. So the second six, because that's, like I said, that's where this guy stopped. He didn't even explain why he said the 3 is 6. Okay. This me and my particular genius. And so the second 6, so the first 6, quote, the evil 6, the evilest of the 6s, right, is the lower chakras. Or again, what do we say? The fleshly chakras, or the chakras of the underworld, or the serpent, snake, dragon chakras. It's your flesh. It's the material world, right? It's always diabolical where the Christians are concerned, right? The second group of chakras is the heavenly. The heavenly chakras is the next 6. Same thing, dual function or dual actual physical structure. The last 6 is the coup d'etat, y'all. It's the coup d'etat. Let me use a different color. The last 6 excuse me. The last 6 represents the divine union of heaven and earth. The divine union of heaven and earth. The emergence in each one of us. The emergence in each one of us of the divine androgyne. No, y'all don't want to hear it, because I got all this other shit you heard about the androgyne. Spelling it all manner of wrong, but you get the picture. The third 6 is the earth, is the solar plexus, is the throat chakra. What did she call the throat chakra in Symbols and Sacred Objects the other day? That the literal meaning is what? The gate of great liberation. The gate of great liberation. This is a representation centered in the crossroads of the divine androgyne within us all. The perfect, hold on. The perfect personification as represented by the crossroads. So many of you have had me read you before, do your divinations before. What do I tell you that the bowls or the cups always mean? The cups or the bowls as a representation for the function of the heart, which is what? The cup is a metaphor. You can pour into the cup or you can pour from the cup. And in any given time, you need to ask your heart, do I need to be receiving to refill my stores? Or am I in a place of plenty where I am free to give? Or am I pouring from an empty cup, right? To monitor within yourself, is your cup full? Is it empty? How do you need to address that? But the other aspect of the heart as both the recipient and the giver and all of that, is about the scales. Why the feather of my eye on the scale, weighing your heart against the feather on the scales of justice? It is because the scales are a representation of the harmonious union between your divine feminine and your sacred masculine. This scale will determine if there is harmonious union between the representation of the polar extremes in your heart. This is some uncomfortable shit for us to be sitting with. It is. And I'm not going to go into it tonight because I'm tired. But the other aspect of this 666 is the uncomfortable breakthrough that I had with this black box theory shit that plays directly into this explanation I have given you about the 666 being a representation of, are we earth heavy? Are we earth heavy? Are we heaven heavy? Right? Are we heaven heavy? Or are we the perfect personification of the breakthrough that only comes with an egalitarian expression of the divine feminine and the sacred masculine residing in the heart of each and every one of us? Remember what she said about the throat chakra being the gate of great liberation. Who did she say governed the single entity that governed the gate of great liberation? It was Shiva in sexual union with Kali, becoming androgynous. They became one. They became, in sexual union, the personification of the divine single one with two faces, two personifications, the great grand polar opposing twins as one, as the great liberator. Child, goddamn. 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 Mm-hmm. 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 Oh, I just had another breakthrough, child, but I'm gonna have to talk to y'all about it later. Goddamn. Goddamn. Yes, I know. That's a word. And I just had another breakthrough in this moment. But I'm gonna have to say that shit for later. And then, so after I had this little moment with this 666 thing, you feel me? Yeah, girl. Come on into come on in the room, QB. She say internal egalitarianism. Listen, let me write that down so I can fucking cite you, child. Child. So that's it, straight up. So listen. So even within the context of this, and it was important for me to talk to you about, because I'm gonna probably have to do, child. I'm about to, you know what? Let me write this down. God damn it. Child, I just had a moment. Okay. So the reason, um, so the reason I'm having this moment, and I had to tell you about the glands, is because to just teach it the way this guy taught it, like what he taught was dope. It was dope today about like Like even the whole concept that he was talking about the Bible actually being a spell book, a grimoire. You feel me? And that it wasn't meant for everybody. It was only meant for, quote, the initiate to understand. Because, and he showed all the all the scriptures that talked about. Jesus said it, Luke said it, all these people said it. Like, this ain't for the book ain't for everybody. Only those with eyes, this is what the scriptures say. Only those with the eyes to see, only those with the ears to hear will be able to receive from the word what is meant for them. It says it right there in the book. Only those with the eyes to see and the ears to hear. He said this shit ain't for everybody. Everybody else will read this shit exactly how it's written and take it literally. He said this ain't for them. They are not the initiates. Those who read this book word for word and say this shit is literal. Moses literally parted the Red Sea and people literally walked across on dry land. It says it in this book. Luke said it, Jesus said it, and several other motherfuckers said it. This is not meant for, not only that, it says somewhere in here, woe to those who cannot see what's hidden in the words. This in this book. This in this book. Woe to those who cannot see what's written in this book. I said, goddamn. I got chills everywhere. They said this book is for the initiate. This is for the enlightened. This is for people who can see, who can actually see. You feel me? And so the guy's little thing was about, he started out with the Bible being a grimoire for initiates. This wasn't for everybody. This is for initiates. You feel me? And then, but then he got on the 666 thing. And then the next video that I saw right in queue was this thing on Saturn and the black box, right? This I'm definitely gonna have to save for another day because this would have me way too deep. But Saturn and the black box. So I'll pick up from there because I'll just say this. I wasn't even thinking about it. But Saturn too, everybody talks about 666 is the number of the beast, but right? And I was talking about the moment that I had with the planet Pluto as Oya and Eshu as Mercury, and that shit was actually literal when it says, I'm the beginning and the end, I'm the alpha and the omega, I am the first and the last. And it was talking about the two planets as one, right? Mercury is literally the first planet in our solar system, and Pluto is literally the 9th planet in our solar system, or the last the last planet in our solar system, first and last, alpha, omega, beginning and end, right? And I was like, damn, we should be reading this book backwards from Revelation to Genesis, because if we was reading it backwards, Revelation to Genesis, then we would be transitioning into the age of Gemini. And I was like, damn, this shit amazing, right? Well, the black box, right, is about the 666, right? The mark of the bees, and the planet Saturn is Satan, and all these black boxes about people who worship the devil, because the black box is about the planet Saturn and how Saturn is like the devil and shit, the great malefic, whatever, right? Like have the Christians tell it. Child, well, Saturn is the 6th planet, okay? From the sun, Saturn is the 6th planet, all right? Saturn, that's literal. Okay, that's literal. That's not metaphorical. That ain't even my little chakra thing right here. That's literal. Literally the 6th planet in our solar system. Literally, if you look on planets north, on Saturn's north pole, there is an atmospheric anomaly that they still cannot explain, and that has always existed on the planet of Saturn, that is a perfectly moving hexagonal cloud. It looks like a cloud that is a perfect shape of a hexagon. What's a hexagon? It's 6-sided. A hexagon is a 6-sided geometric shape, and it is a perfect atmospheric moving anomaly on the north pole of Saturn with 6 sides. That's the second 6. So it's the sixth planet with this six-sided weird shit on the top. But the coup d'etat is this. When they did a close-up, and it was like very recently, where they got like one of them little satellites close enough, and it just looks like a little flat atmospheric do like the little thing, the little six-sided thing. They got a close-up, like a picture of the atmospheric anomaly on the top of the sixth planet, and they actually could see, once they got close, that the atmospheric anomaly is actually dense like 3D. They could actually see a six-sided fucking box in what just appeared to be like an actual flat, like 2D observable atmospheric anomaly. The atmospheric anomaly, child, the clouds and the gases and the shit that's been there forever, never, is actually a fucking six-sided box. It's actually a six-sided fucking box. Now, even though modern scientists couldn't see it for a while, this book has been talking about the 666 since the New Testament. When was this bullshit ass book written? But the story that they telling is of a Jesus, of a son, of a solar deity that supposedly lived about a little over 2,000 years ago. And they talking about the mark of the beast being 666 and shit. And who the beast? Satan. Who's Satan? Saturn. Why is Saturn Satan? Because they are always diabolicizing Saturn so that nobody would ever remember that Saturn used to be a great benefic, and she was thrown off course. Remember the story about the purple light of the evening sun, which was Saturn, right? The purple light of the evening sun that gave way for dominated the last golden age. And it wasn't until and then something happened, and she was like, oh, I can see y'all on earth about to be with that bullshit, so I'm gonna bow out, I'm gonna be up out of here. And then her partner, who was Estrella, stuck around for the silver age, and that's when shit got real rowdy. But what did we learn the other day? That this story about Jupiter as the great benefic and Saturn as the great malefic is probably an astronomical nod to this period, supposedly sometime way back, because Earth is like 4.5 billion years. Some people, say 6 billion. Some people say 4.5 billion. Tomato. But at some juncture, right, there was some kind of collision between Jupiter and Saturn astronomically. And because of that shift in the planets, the light, the quote, light of the evening sun that ruled an age, approximately 2150 years, that the light of Saturn disappeared. It would make sense if she was tilted off her original axis. And so now the night is night, is dark, is jet black, not the light of the evening coming from the evening sun that shone a purple light that guided the golden age. Now it's jet black, and the only quote light you get is when the moon is full. You feel me? And now Jupiter has shifted as well, becomes the great benefic, because it shields us from potential asteroid collisions because of its massive gravitational pull that always attracts objects that are in our cipher away from the Earth. It becomes benefic because it saves Earth from anything that's trying to quote come and clink the planet, right? So that's the theory. But once Saturn went quote dark, Saturn went from being great grandmother Crone to Cronus, he who eats his children. All the stories become dark and evil and scary and the beast of the night and all of that shit. What y'all think? I'm just trying to put the pieces together, all the shit we done took into our skull over the last few months. But it sounds about right to me. And then, is it because that the light of the evening sun disappeared from this astronomical collision between her and the great benefic, right? That all the stories turn bad? Maybe it wasn't just a quote agricultural, it wasn't just the transition on earth from the hunter-gathering epoch to the agricultural era, the agrarian era, that maybe this change in the global society happened at the same time everywhere on earth because of this shift, this astronomical, historically acknowledged event where they clinked each other and knocked each other off their original course, Jupiter and Saturn. And now Saturn does not shine a brilliant, bright purple light in the evening anymore. And this astronomical event set off a transformation in the human consciousness all over the planet. And maybe this is what seeded the burgeoning or the birth of the patriarchal age. I don't know. It's a thought. But she has gotten a bad rap ever since then. Could this be the basis behind the story where it says that that Saturn, great grandmother Crone, left the earth after the last golden age and was like, when y'all get y'all mind right, I'll come back. When y'all act right, I will come back. And then Estrella, she suffers through the silver age, and at the end of the silver age, she was like, no, I'm gone too. I'm gonna go on over here and do my thing. Sound like Oshun's story, don't it? Y'all got it. I'm gonna let y'all work this out on y'all own, and I will come back when y'all ready to receive me. I'll come back with my mother when y'all ready to receive me. And so, who did she become, Estrella, when she left the earth after the end of the Silver Age? It says this is when she went up into the heavens and became the constellation Virgo, the Virgin. She said, "I promise we will be back to usher in the new golden age, but that's only when y'all get y'all motherfucking mind right." We're coming back when we see y'all got your mind right. But is this a metaphor for what has to happen right the fuck up in here with the harmonious union and the rebirth in that union of the grand androgyne in each and every one of us? This is probably going to be the point of contention for a lot of people because we have so many stakes in our identity, but our identity as it has emerged typically in response to and in reaction to oppression. We define ourselves in proximity to our oppression, our lived material experiences becoming an idea that's concrete. Remember, I was saying not only can thoughts become things, but things can create thoughts. And we hold on so tight to this idea of who we are that is typically given birth to by our very oppressed lived material experience. Same thing that Barbara Moore was saying in the chapter called The Machine about people who just are so ultra spiritual that they just float over the suffering of everybody else, that their spirituality is not embodied. Same thing, that we get so attached to, almost as a defense mechanism, to our identifications, typically that are given birth to by oppression. I'm an activist. Would you have to be an activist if there was no oppression? I'm a revolutionary. Would you need to be a revolutionary if there was no oppression? I'm trans. I'm gay. I'm black. Our identifiers. I'm black, and there's like a power, there's like a force that comes behind each one of our labels, each one of our identifiers. There is like a conviction that we have when we declare our identifiers, when we declare our labels, because those labels They have to become our identifiers because of the construct that we exist in, that we emerge in. You feel me? Somebody else, that whole goddamn, that whole polar extreme of each one of your hormones based on your peculiar relationship to others and your perception of the world around you. This is why the quote love hormone is also the hate hormone. And when you feel the hate from others because they are not you and you are not they, right? And you experience their aggression, their hatred towards you because you have been identified through their perspective as something other than they, right? And so you respond in like, well, if you don't like me, bitch, I don't like you neither. And you don't like me because I'm this and this and this and this, and they don't like me because I'm this and this and this and this and this, and I hate them because of this and this and this and this and this. I'm just saying, it is important for me to bring in the very real biochemical basis for how we perceive the world, each other in the world, the fear that we have where we're in certain places in the world, the rage we feel whenever we are out in the world and we identify somebody that is not us. There is a very real biochemical, hormonal, scientific response to your senses. Each sense that you have correlates. Hail, hail, hail. Damn. Not only, quote, these internal organs that are responsible for your hormonal responses to how you perceive the world, but motherfucker, how in energy again, how do you perceive the world? How do you perceive the world? How do you perceive the world? You perceive the world through the sense organs that correlate to each one of these chakras. You got, just like in Chinese medicine, I'm always telling y'all, right? You got your internal organs, right? You got your heart, your liver, your kidneys, your lungs, and your spleen. Those are your internal organs, or what are called your yin organs. Their, quote, yang partners are what? The small intestine for the heart, the gallbladder for the liver, the urinary bladder for the kidneys, the large intestines for the lungs, and the stomach for the spleen. Twin energy, dual twin energy, your internal, which is your yin organ, and your external, which is your yang inside organ. But even more twin energy, because those are all inside your body, you got surface correlations to each one of these organs. These quote external sense organ for the heart is the tongue. The external sense organ for the liver is the eyes. The external sense organ for the lungs is the skin. The external sense organs for the kidneys is the head hair and the ears. And then the external sense organ for the spleen is, I forget. What's the external sense organ for the spleen? I forget. But it's got one too. And I'm just tripping because I'm tired and I don't remember. But anyway, you have sense organs for your internal organs. Why? Because it is your perception of the world that informs these organs of how to behave. It is your relationship to the world around you and your perception of it that is constantly teaching your internal organs something that it needs to respond to. Same way with Ayurveda. Y'all say chakras? Cool. Chakras is science. It is a very beautiful and artistic and poetic way to explain actual, very real chemical, biochemical, hormonal responses to the outside world. And so for each chakra, you have what they call an internal sense and an external sense for each chakra. For the external sense, for the pineal gland is your two actual eyes, and then your internal sense or the pineal gland is your third eye that's invisible to everybody else. You have your sense organs of the nose, which is that you can actually smell, and then you have your inner sense of smell, which is how you detect pheromones. You can't actually smell pheromones, but your internal sense of smell is what detects pheromones. That shit that attracts you to people that otherwise you wouldn't be attracted to. What is about that nigga? He ain't cute or nothing, but damn, what we call our swag, his swag is crazy. What's his swag? It's his pheromones, bitch. It's his pheromones, bitch. This is why you cheat most of the time. Something about that motherfucker, I can't even explain it. But oh my God, he was so amazing. And I love my husband. I never cheat on my husband. But it was like this thing that just took over me and I could not help myself. That's what it is. It's them pheromones. It's them pheromones. You feel me? That's your internal sense. It is your internal sense of smell that detects pheromones, right? Your sense of taste. You have your actual like taste centers on your tongue, sweet on the tip and sour on the side, and what they call it, acrid on the front part behind the tip, and on the back part, I think it's sweet again. I don't remember. Spicy. I don't know. Whatever. But you have your actual taste, and then you have, I don't know how to describe it, but it is something else that happens in the saliva and the two little holes that go up to the nasal cavity. That's like that feeling that you get from being satisfied from food, your internal sense of taste. Okay. It's like the thing I'm always explaining to you about, like the ecstasy of eating and how we've lost that sense that we get when we are breastfeeding, but there's like love surrounding that breastfeeding. Your mama's looking into your little baby eyes, and she's playing with your little baby fingers and your little baby toes, and she's singing to you and she's rocking you and she's playing with your little baby head. It's like that. It's like the sheer pleasure that we get when we eat. That's the internal sense of taste. We have an external and internal sense of touch and pressure, right? So anyway, so that's in here too. This, right? And I have to talk about that, but on another day. And then I have to show you the connection in the black box. The last thing I'm gonna say about the black box, I will say this because I thought it was dope and it never occurred to me. So I'm talking about what the three sixes, right? The planet is the sixth planet from the sun. The planet has an actual scientifically observable six-sided atmospheric anomaly that gives us, not only is it an astronomic anomaly, this hexagon that we see on the North Pole surface of the sixth planet in our solar system, but that six-sided anomaly also gives us one of the most controversial symbols on Earth right now and in history, if the truth be told. That six-sided hexagonal anomaly that they have now shown through pictures looks very much like a 3D box. This symbol is a representation of the energy of this six-sided box that has been hijacked by a very specific institution to mean the exact opposite of what it means. What does this symbol mean? What does this symbol mean right here? What's that symbol mean? Hello? What's that symbol mean? The six-pointed star. What's that symbol mean? No, nobody got no clue. I'm done talking. I'm in here talking my damn self. I'm done talking. Nobody got a clue about what that symbol means? Let me. What's that symbol? What is that symbol represent today to you in the world? What is it? Exactly. Exactly. That's what it means today. The Star of David, right? That Star of David is that the basis behind the Hebrews, especially like those Orthodox Jews that wear the little black six-sided box on their forehead when they pray, right? A little six-sided box on their forehead that they wrap little thing and they wrap this and they symbol is a six-sided star. And but again, it's hijacked. It's hijacked. Why I say it's hijacked? Because I just told you this whole long story about how the planet Saturn, the sixth planet in the solar system, with the atmospheric anomaly of the six-sided hexagon on the surface of the planet, and how that planet, who has been turned into the most diabolical bad guy in all of human history, where we actually get the name Satan from, right? Used to be great grandmother Crone, governess of the last golden age, where humans did not toil for food and they did not labor to find a place to live, where work was not required to sustain one's life, right? So, this original meaning for this six pointed star. There are several of you, I think, that may have bought my goddess pieces from me, the little goddess necklaces that I sell. On those goddess necklaces, you see my little earrings? I ain't even playing for this, but let me tell you, my earrings perfect. Hold on. Let me use my earrings as as my aid. Right? Okay. So you got these little triangles. Okay. And the downward facing triangle is what it's always been. It's the uterus. It's the divine portal. The downward facing triangle, even in alchemy, is always a representation of the energy of the portal, which is the divine cup, the divine goblet. What do they call it? The holy grail, the cup from which the holy seed is comes from. You feel me? This is it. The downward facing triangle is about, even when you look at a woman from the front, if she got a stomach, I ain't got no flat stomach. She got a flat stomach and her thighs are together and you see her cuchatorial, it looks like a perfect downward facing triangle, right? It looks like a wine goblet. Her little downward facing triangle, and then the little slit in her legs representing like the little wine goblet. There you go. Boom. There you go. Okay. This is the female principle. This is the divine feminine. In alchemy, the upward facing triangle, which is always a representation of the higher chakra. The upward facing triangle is always represents the upper facing triangle, or the crown chakra. So this represents the male principle or the male energy. Why? Because in Chinese medicine, what did I tell you? This is the highest point in the body. This is what it really stands for. This is the highest point in the body. This is called the point of 10,000 ancestors. This is the highest point in the body. This is what we call the most yang point in the body. So this is what this triangle means. So when the two triangles come together, this represents sacred sexual union that harmonizes the extremes. It harmonizes the divine feminine and the sacred masculine. And in your consciousness through sexual union, this is what creates the great androgyne within each of us. The great androgyne is not just accomplished because your ass is meditating. If all you're doing, everything that you're doing that you call spirituality is intangible, everything that you chanting, oming, meditating, guided visualization, everything that you are doing, you are not living harmoniously, at least where spirituality is concerned. That your spirituality has to be met with a fit. So the divine feminine isn't just about the vajayjay. It's not just about the uterus. It is about the earth. This is actually the symbol for the earth element. This is about the material world. This is about your relationship to the material world, to matter, to form, and what is required to stabilize, to balance and harmonize the material form. This symbol is a representation of your very real root chakra. What does your root chakra need? And it's interesting because Maslow is a piece of shit, right? Now, we are all familiar relatively with Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? And he puts the hierarchy of needs as this base of this pyramid that is red, right? And it's like your basic needs: food, clothes, shelter, sex, those kind of things. And his quote stolen idea, for that matter, his idea is that you cannot move up the pyramid of needs. If in terms of the hierarchy of needs, you cannot move up the pyramid of needs if these very basic needs in the quote in the bottom or make up the foundation of the pyramid are not met easily and well. If these things, food, clothes, shelter, love, sex, community, safety, all of those things are not secured effortlessly, meaning they occur in your life without force, without effort, you cannot move up into what he calls the highest expression of the fulfillment of the hierarchy of needs. That if you are constantly struggling to secure your base, you cannot think about greater things that humans need. They need artistic expression. They need confidence. They need self-realization. And you can't get any of them is not solid and secured. Right? But he uses the upward facing chakra. I mean, the upward facing, alchemical element to describe, quote, his hierarchy of needs. This is imbalanced. This is imbalanced because the three lower chakras, the three chakras below the heart, are all your earthly material chakras. Guess what? In Ifa tradition, they are all the primary feminine Orisha. They are Oshun, Yemaya, and Oya. Oya is interesting because she is said to govern both the root chakra and the third eye in Ifa. Right? Oh, I got to get in that. But anyway, so they hijacked the shit to be the representation of this ultra anti-feminine energy thing to get you up your square. Because in the oldest religions on earth, everywhere on earth, in India and in Asia and in all the places, this was a symbol, an alchemical symbol for the divine union of these seemingly opposing energies, right? The heaven and earth coming together, just like at the heart, heaven and earth coming together to create the divine androgyne in the heart. This is the heart. So when I make my little goddesses, typically I have a copper or a brass triangle at her head, and I have a little brass or silver I have a silver triangle at her head and a brass triangle at her yoni, right? And then I have her chakras illuminated between the two on the little goddesses, right? This is a representation, in my estimation, in my interpretation, of this process of heaven and earth meeting, of the masculine and the divine feminine coming together to create within each one of us the harmonious union and rebirthing of the divine androgyne. That's why I have a lot of trans people who love that necklace, because both the masculine and the feminine. My IG feed is about to die, you guys. So if you just give me a second, I'll bring it back up. But yeah, there you go. Let me pull back up my Oh, I'm tired. Now it's 4 hours. I'm hella back because I could do this shit all night. It's like my earrings are perfect. I haven't worn these in many. I just fixed them yesterday because I was missing a little internal triangle, and so I was like, man, I love I've worn these earrings in years and years and years, like since I left Tampa years, and I found the triangle. I was like, you know what, I'm gonna fix my earrings today. I'm gonna sport these joints, and look, here you go. Who knew they was gonna be they were gonna be props in my lecture. They're gonna be props in my lecture, so that just worked out perfect, didn't it? Mm. Give me, girl. Come here, girly squirrely. Come here. Come here. Come here, girly squirrely. Oh, you just won't. Child, you so sometimey. Ooh. Anyway, um, yeah. So that's all I got to say, y'all, about that. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. That's all I got to say about that. That's all I got to say about that. This connects a lot to what I was saying the other day about the harmony, what I say, treatment through the harmony of opposites. That as women, especially as Black women living lives that are like hypervigilant and super contracted, that the treatment through the harmony of opposites would be radical expansion. Well, just the opposite for males in general and for white males in particular. The treatment of the harmony of opposites, if your diagnosis is that you have lived a life of complete, boundless, radical expansion, then yes, for you to have an epiphany, for you to have an existential, spiritual experience, for one who never has to look over their shoulder while they're walking down the street, who is always given the benefit of the doubt, like you've never had any constraint, any serious constraint in your life, then meaning radical boundlessness, like radical expansion, then yes, the coming in, the turning in, the solitude, the going into the dark, the quiet, the meditation, the super focus, right? This would be a harmonizing energy for one, at least spiritually, seeking to have epiphany or breakthrough in a world where you've had no boundaries, you've had no constraint imposed on you. So for males in general, but for white males most in particular, then yes, the extreme opposite would be, if for lack of a better word, their treatment protocol. It would be periods of contraction, of stillness, of going in, of smallness, of going deep, of quiet, of meditation, of blindness. You feel me? For us, it would be radical expansion. It would be screaming. It would be dancing. It would be like we talked about yesterday about women being able to experience spiritual epiphany completely unbridled and it not like terrify everybody around them, because there's only a handful of people that have ever seen me like seriously unbridled go all the way into ceremony. And even they who have seen that were like, whoa. You know what I'm saying? To have that in your consciousness when you can feel something come down on you, when you automatically like constrain, you automatically like pump the brakes on what is supposed to be like not only a personal, deep spiritual epiphany, it is supposed to be like the days of old, an epiphany that may happen through one, but that changes the observer, that changes everything, that changes everyone around them. Just like we were talking a few hours ago about um, the law and quantum physics that says that everything that is observed is changed by the observer. But not only is the observed changed, the observer is also changed. To witness someone in safety and security and in confidence allow themselves to be so, quote, wildly and unconstrained, um engaged in wild, unconstrained radical expansion after living a life of constraint and contraction. The thing that if a person can move through their discomfort, and I'm talking about the observer, that there is epiphany in even witnessing a spiritual breakthrough and epiphany. Yeah. That's what we have to create. There's a reason that everybody is made uncomfortable with the presence of Black women, because if they experience that in Black women, if they experience that, the unbridled, the unrestrained, the extraordinarily loud, and I'm talking about like being able to move mountains loud, like to change the molecular structure of shit loud, unrestrained, unconstrained, unbridled, absolutely wild, ecstatic madness, and watch the mother descend into her, it would change the world instantly. I'm certain of it. And I think that's why people are afraid. That's why people are offended by our presence, is because they see in us something that is on the brink. That's why they're scared. That's why they're fearful. They know they don't need to be fearful because that's never been their relationship to us. So the fear is irrational. The fear is baseless. But they see in us a monstrous motherfucker that's always on the brink of something that they know is going to sweep through this bitch and change everything. And because we hate change and we hate not being certain and we hate not being able to depend upon an outcome based on our discipline. And this bitch came here to bring chaos. Like, we ain't with it. We don't like chaos. We don't like discomfort. We don't like not knowing. It's the polar energy of Saturn. And that's why I get so frustrated when people be talking about Saturn in the same old tired ass way. The time and the rigidity and the karma and the woe is me, like fucking like Eeyore, doom and gloom, and why you always fucking with my money. And that's all y'all talk about every single time y'all talk about Saturn. It's like y'all just conveniently forget the fact that Saturn's time, as a matter of fact, our entrance into Saturn's time is the turn up. Here it is, the darkest day of the year. We done stripped down all our clothes, having sex in the street, drinking wine and eating mushrooms. And Pan, the horny goat man, then came on the play to turn up the tunes with his little flute and shit. Like, it's the turn up time. At least historically, Saturn's time is the turn up time. in Saturnalia, what? There is, for them few days, there is no poverty, there is no wealth. Everyone is the same. All debts are forgiven. All debts are forgiven during Saturnalia. The wealthy can have sex with the poor, and the poor can behave like the wealthy. There is no class during Saturnalia. There is no distinction or differentiation between the wealth and the poor during Saturnalia. And it is consecrated in a freaking week-long orgy that is reminiscent of the Dionysian celebrations of the consumption of the Holy Sacrament, the eating of the body of Christ. What was the body of Christ? What did I tell y'all? What was the body of Christ during Saturnalia? During the turn of Dionysus? What was the body of Christ? Thank you, Claudia Ankara. It was psilocybin. It was the holy mushroom. Before Jesus was ever a glimmer in his daddy eye, the ancients called mushrooms the savior, he who saves, the body of Christ, Christ being the enlightened one. Mushrooms were called the body of Christ, and Jesus just stole that shit. Mushrooms were called the body of Christ, and the wine, the sacred wine, dying on the vine, Dionysus, who turned water into wine. The wine was the blood of the Christ. And what was said was that they would take the holy mushroom, the body of Christ, and they would make a decoction of the body of Christ in wine. They would decoct the mushrooms in the wine. And the maenads, the crazy bitches, the wild ones, the mad ones, they would drink the holy wine, the holy sacrament. And then the horny goat man would come into the woods and start kicking out the tunes. And the bitches would get to dancing because they needed three things in order to experience ecstatic epiphany. What they call ecstatic madness. What did they need? They needed the dancing, so they needed the horny goat man because he was the master flute player. You feel me? They needed the horny goat man, the DJ. You feel me? They needed the dance. They needed the holy sacrament. So they needed the sacrament. They needed the dance. They needed to dance. And then they needed intercourse. Therefore the orgies. When they talked about, because you'll hear these stories about how the maenads, the followers of Dionysus, was so crazy that they would eat men alive. They would just get so crazy and they would just eat men alive. How were they eating men alive? This is a metaphor. How were they eating men alive? What was this a metaphor for? The crazy maenads in what do they call it? Ceremonial madness. How did they eat the men alive? Come on, y'all, now. Come on. Talk to me. How did they eat the men alive? What was this a metaphor for? Come on, y'all. I know y'all sleepy, but come on. How did they eat the men? Were they actual cannibals? Were they actually eating somebody's body named Jesus Christ? No. So were they actually eating the men alive? No. They took the Holy Sacrament in their actual mouth as a ceremonial metaphor for cannibalism. They ate the body of Christ. They drank the blood of the Christ. That's one mouth that they needed to satiate, to experience ceremonial madness. Then the great devourer, the great enveloper, the mouth of the dragon, the serpent, she who envelops, that's the sex. That's what it meant when it said that the maenads in the woods dancing their ass off and getting drunk off the wine. That's what they used to say. They get drunk off the wine and then they would go mad, getting drunk off the wine, and they would eat the men alive. How would they eat the men alive? The third part of the sacred ceremony, which is the stimulating of the of the great divine serpent called she the Kundalini. That's why your vagina is called the mouth, the mouth of the serpent. That's why your vagina is called the mouth of the serpent. Because you got a serpent resting in your root chakra where your motherfucking gonads at. I'm just saying. And so Christians flip every single primordial story upside down, inside out, turn it into a horror story about bitches dancing in the woods and get so crazy that they eat their own deity. They eat their own deity and tear his body into a million pieces. And then they so crazy in their cannibalistic act that the hunters and the men coming through the woods didn't know what was happening. And all of a sudden, the women just started eating them alive. And y'all was like, damn, that's some crazy shit. Them bitches was crazy. Because the church could not have you know that you could talk to God yourself through sacred sacrament. What is that sacrament? All of those things that give your pleasure, your flesh pleasure. Everything that gives your flesh pleasure was the way that you could, quote, return to heaven in the flesh. The things that you take into your mouth giving you pleasure. The things that you take into your lower mouth giving you pleasure. The things that wake the sleeping serpent in the base of every last one of our spines, male, female, and all the genders in between, the moving to the music in circular fashion. Like, come on, bitch, get up. We turning up in here and shit. There might be a cute dude in the club. Like, come on, girl, shake your hips. Everything that gives your flesh pleasure is what gives way to who? Dionysus, the great liberator. That's what he's called. Dionysus, the savior of the world. That's what he is called. What else do they say? That Dionysus would take his staff with the sacred pine cone on the end, the symbol of enlightenment, the awakening of the third eye. And when he came through with his wand with the pine cone on it, he would use it to harshly punish anyone who would try to imprison his followers. That's the Christ, Dionysus. Was it a literal person? No, it was Dionysus, the liberator. Dionysus, the illuminator. Dionysus, savior of the world. What world? The world sitting on top of your neck, and the Atlas, who is damned to carry the world on his neck for all eternity. Atlas, the number one cervical spine, for which your world rests on top of it. Savior of the world. What's the world? And what do you need? You already got all this up here, all this heady, yang, deep energy of the psyche and the subconscious and the conscious and the left and the right. This is a lot of fiery yang energy in your head. You need to embody the flesh. You need to stimulate the flesh. You need to give to the earth. Your flesh is your earth. You need to water your flesh. You need to love your flesh. You need to talk to your flesh. Your flesh needs sun and rain and bare feet babies laughing and giggling. You need those things that stimulate the earth. This is what grounds your yang. If your yang is always thinking, but your body, your flesh is not engaged. Your flesh is not engaged. This is what we call the sun gone rogue. Holy fucking shit. God damn. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is what we call the sun gone rogue. We call it the yang blazing out of control. We call it fire ascending or the fire rising. What are we saying in Chinese medicine? When a person has yang blazing out of control in an area of the body that's already defined by fire energy, ether, the sun, air, all things. What we say is when a patient has yang, like liver yang rising or fire blazing out of control. There's too much heat in the head, too much fire in the head, too much abundant energy in the head, is that we treat the feet, we treat the earth. As a matter of fact, we treat the one point on the bottom of your foot to, quote, bring the yang out of your head, or, quote, anchor the yang. You treat the earth to anchor the yang. You treat the earth to draw the fire out of your head. Child, listen. Oh my God. Yo. And so Saturn becomes the devil. Saturn becomes Satan. Saturn becomes the boogeyman. Saturn becomes the beast. 666, the number of the beast. Right? Saturn becomes Satan because Saturn represents the flesh. Yes, the boundaries, the borders defined by Saturn. It's the material experience. But what I am concerned about is this perpetual speaking about the Capricornian, Saturnian energy that is always talked about as this deep, dark, scary, laborious, Grim Reaper-esque darkness, devilish bullshit. When the reason that Saturn actually has a bad name is because Saturn is the flesh. And if Saturn doesn't go into this deep, dark, scary that has been defined as, I'm convinced that's why the Jesus story had to hijack the winter solstice. I'm convinced of it because Jesus, we talked about this the other night about the difference between the equinoxes and the solstices. We got a solstice coming up this week, right? And it represents in our annual year the sun's victory over the dark. That's what the summer solstice represents. It's the longest day of the year. So metaphorically, it represents the sun, the sun, the sun's victory over dark or sunset, right? And the reason that this is significant is because the opposite is said of the winter solstice. The winter solstice represents the metaphorical death of the sun. It's the shortest day of the year, or the dark's conquering of the day. Set, representing dark or the devil or evil or whatever, is the longest night of the year, the winter solstice. I'm convinced that's why they had Jesus hijack the winter solstice story, because otherwise it would have been, Set is victorious. Set has conquered the sun. But Jesus, as an archetype for, quote, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, white, and no feminine aspect in it, had to hijack the story of the victory of the dark over the light. Because for dark to be victorious, those things that are highlighted is emblematic behavior of the dark, of the wicked and shit that always happened on the week of the winter solstice, which was Saturnalia. It was the orgies in the streets, and it was the doing away. It was literally the equalizing of society is what it was. It was clearing all past debts from the year. It was equalizing the community. There was no obvious wealth and there was no obvious poverty. Everybody having sex in the streets, and everybody dancing, and everybody dressing up like the horny goat man Pan, and everybody playing music in the streets. And that's why they had to take over that story, because what they call dark, what they call evil, what they call wicked are all of the activities that give the flesh pleasure, give the flesh pleasure. So isn't it interesting, in a world where you're seeing all this madness, wars and people being killed and all this terrible shit, but right now today, the most diabolical sins in the eyes of the white male patriarchal war God the Father, war God the Son, war God the Holy Spirit, that the most diabolical sins, the most treacherous thing one can do is commit adultery, is to have sex before you're married, is to have an affair. Anything to do with consenting sex among adults is like the most diabolical of all the crimes. The world can be falling apart and people be dropping bombs here and there, to and fro, and that pales in comparison to the inherently wicked nature of that seductress ass bitch with a vagina. There is nothing more evil and sinister than a motherfucker with a vagina. Have them tell it. Nothing more evil on earth, nothing more sinister and diabolical. And the quickest thing to send your otherwise perfect male self, because you are always absolved, your perfect male self to hell is a female. It's a female. You want to make sure you kick the doors of hell wide open? You male, it don't matter what else you do, you absolved. But fuck around one of these females, and she is obviously empowered over you. You know, her seductive, wilding ways that she always trying to get a nigga off his square with her seductive ways. That's the quickest way you can doom your soul, dude. So quickest way. It's so interesting that the things that most give people pleasure in their flesh are the most condemned. War is considered just in the eyes of the Christian church. War is considered just in the eyes of the Catholic Church. War is considered just in the eyes of the practice of Judaism. War is considered just. When I say just, I mean it is not a sin to do whatever you do in just war. Any crime you commit in under the guise of just war is absolved as a weapon of war necessary to subdue your enemy. No, sir, I cannot. No, I cannot. But I'm going to write it down as a pickup point, because every 2 minutes I say, okay, I'm done. That's the last thing I promise. It's what time? Child, I've been on here 4.5 hours. I'm going to stick a pin in it, Patrick. I got you, though, because I still have to work this shit out. That's actually a good question. Yeah, I got you, because that's actually a good question. Maybe I'll start with that the next time. I'm so tired, I'm so thirsty, and I'm so hungry. So I'm gonna handle those things. Hopefully, I know it started a little slow and kind of like disjaunted, but it came together, I think. And so these are the things that I want to like work out on my little poster boards, like boom, 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 boom. So you can see the connection when I'm talking about the chakras versus the 5 elements. I still haven't dropped that last thing I wanted to drop on y'all about the black box, but it's going to have to wait. So all of these things and their relationship to one another, their interconnectedness, and how once you see them, I'm a visual, I'm a what they call a circular learner. I need all the things. But it wasn't until I started like really drawing these things out that I was like, oh my God, how did I not see this shit right away? We have to see it. Once we see it together, we see these things separate and disjointed and from different like frames of reference. But once we see it together, we're just like, oh, the planets, how they correspond with the chakras, how they correspond with like the Orisha, or like, the Hindu deities, or like, right? Like the numbers of the planets, like the numerology. What role does it play? How this book, this Bible, is constantly attempting to put us on game. Why? Because it was outright stolen, flipped upside down, turned inside out, and flipped backwards, apparently, right? By our Sibyls. Our Sibyls were the ones who gave us the book, and then it was the 3 others that took pieces of the book, flipped it upside down, turned it inside out, and flipped the back to the front and the front to the back, apparently. This is a project that we're going to have to do, reading this book as if we're reading the Revelations as the first book and Genesis as the last book. If the beginning is the end and the end is the beginning, if the first is the last and the last is the first, if the alpha is the omega and the omega is the alpha, and then you got the little teeny sect that I just learned about, all matter of fact, like, who believe that we're not actually going into the age of Aquarius, but these motherfuckers manipulated time and the calendar so precisely and so like succinctly that we actually should be seeing this shit backwards. And we actually ain't going into the end, the air, the sign of Aquarius. We actually going into the sign of Gemini. That shit blew my wig. I'm gonna just be honest with you. I still don't know if I accept it, but it's making way too much sense considering the fact that for the last 4-5 months, that's all we have been talking about is this twin energy and how every time, like right now, I'm looking at my screen, it's 51-51 on my screen. Like just every time you turn around, this twin energy everywhere, and then you think you're just looking at two twins, and then you look deeper, and there's 4 twins, and then you look deep. It's just like over the top. Like your president is a Gemini, y'all. That shit fucked me up. That Kamala was a Gemini. That shit, and then them two representing the extreme polar opposites of the heavenly twins. I was like, y'all, this is too fucking much. This is too much. It's too much. It's too much. It's awesome. It's exciting. But my brain is on straight up overload. I like need to pour some shit out before I take anything else in my brain. But that shit about the last being the first, the first being the last, that shit blew me. That shit blew me. Even that shit I read y'all last night, that shit still got me. Listen, that shit still has me beside myself. For those of you I don't think was on last night, I was saying that on Friday the 13th, this past Friday, I just had this little idea. I was like, well, it's Friday the 13th, and there's so much shit going on with this president and the way the world is. And then the next day, he was doing this King's Day bullshit, you feel me, with the military, and his ass is a Gemini. And what does this mean? Because we about to transition out of Gemini season this coming Friday, you feel me? And he about to pull a jack move. I'm convinced on Friday. I'm convinced that he is just setting up a chessboard to pull a jack move. He about to pull his checkmate, not on the solstice. It's gonna be probably a queen move or a knight move on the 20th. He's setting the board up to pull his checkmate on July 4th. I'm willing to bet money on it. I'm just willing to bet money on it. I digress. So I'm up in here. I'm like, this Trump shit on Friday the 13th, Saturday the 14th. And out of nowhere, out of the chaos of all this shit I'm doing, all this study I'm doing, I'm like, you know what? Let me see what the Bible got to say about today. And so I said, what book? I said, I get it. We'll just go to Revelation 6:13 because it was Friday the 13th, June, Friday the 13th. I said, let's go to Revelation 6:13. And what that portion of the Bible is talking about is the opening of the 7 seals. You know, the 4 horsemen and the opening of the 7 seals. I said, get the fuck out of here. I said, let me read 6:13 and 6:14 since it's these 2 days. I said, get the fuck out of here. I was like, all right, everybody talking about no King's Day, no King's Day. I said, let me see what Kings 6:13 and Kings 6:14 got to say. That's what I did Friday. I said, let me see what 6:13 and 6:14 and Kings is talking about. And I was up in here fucking subdued. That First Kings 6, chapter 6, verse 13 and verse 14 talks about Elisha being told to go into this place where he will find like the one or some shit. And guess what the name of the city is that Elisha is called to go into? The city of my birth, Dothan. Says, go into the town of Dothan, and there you will find him. I said, what the fuck? Dothan in the Bible? Since when Dothan in the Bible? I read this whole book from cover to cover as a kid. I don't remember no Dothan in the... That happened yesterday on some crazily, seemingly insignificant wild. Like, let me see what First Kings got to say about June 13th and June 14th and the city of my birth is what comes up. I said, this is too fucking much. There's too much. There's too much. then I had the thought, I was like, well, the only reason I got up on this shit in the first place was because I had this wild idea that if it's Gemini season and it's all y'all's time, it's Gemini season and all y'all's time. You feel me? It's in all y'all's time because the planet Pluto is in Aquarius for the first time in 250 years. You feel me? I was like, and the first shall be the last, and the last shall be the first, and I'm the alpha and the omega, and this and this and this and this. I said, maybe it means we need to read the book backwards, that we need to start with Revelations and assume it's the beginning and treat Genesis as if it's the end. You feel me? I said, okay, so let's just see what the end got to say over here. The last page. And we'll just start with 13. That's what I said. I said, we'll just start with 13 since we already, it's chapter 22. But I was like, since we already in a bag, let's start with 13. And 13, the last page of Revelations. I was like, this is too motherfucking much. The last page on 13 say, I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, the first and the last. I say, this is too fucking much. Oh my God, this is too fucking much. That's 13. That's 13 right there. She said, look, I'm trying to tell you, I'm all up in it. It's my shit. As a matter of fact, I had this thought about reading the book because I had this experience. I told y'all in 2018, 7 days before my first grandchild was born. My baby on here, by the way. My daughter's on here, or she was. You still on here, Morgan? My baby was on here. 7 days before my daughter had my first grandchild. And all y'all was like, this is my book. I'm all up in it. Everything they talk about is about me. And so I was thinking back on this time that I had with all y'all in 2018. And I was like, you know what? I think I said it out loud on here. I was like, you know what? When we read this shit, though, if we going to read it backwards, what we need to do is everywhere where it say he, we need to say she and see if it means something different. See if it speak to us different. We're going to read it backwards, but everywhere it say he, we going to say she. Right? And so even this, anyway, I'm done. Let me get up out of here. Shit, please. I know that was a cliffhanger, but yeah. So much. So much. So much. Child, if y'all saw my note-taking process, y'all would be like, no, this bitch really is crazy. She really is insane. Like, somebody get her a doctor. I'm going to say goodnight. This was fun. Hopefully you were fed from it. If you need to get a copy of The Conspiracy that we read every day, let me see if I can just find the link to place in. Let me see if I can do that. Like I told y'all the other day, I created a here it is. Hold on. Ooh, there we go. Cool. I created an Etsy. This is some bullshit. I create. This is crazy. My computer is just like really been acting up the last few days. I created an Etsy link to I guess I ain't meant to do it. This is some bullshit. For you to, yep, there we go. Okay, so I'll put it in the comment section so you can why did the thing where they were listening to the music backwards in the 90s just spring to mind? Ooh, I like that. I like that, QB. Let me put that in my notes. Let me put that in my notes. Let me put that in my notes. So I'm going to put this little link in the comment section for those of you who may not have received it via email. I sent out a gang of emails, but some of you still may not have gotten it. So in the comment section, I placed the email for to get a copy of the a link to get a copy of the updated conspiracy. All right, I'm gonna go. I'm tired. Stick a fork in me. Love you all. This was fun. I really cannot wait until we get up on the Zoom call for the solstice thing. So I'm gonna get right on that. And yeah, all right. Oh yeah, somebody became a member. Spiritually Flexi became an Oshun perk member. All right, what's up? What? All right. Good night, you guys. Take it easy. I'll see you tomorrow. What's up, Pumpkin?